truth is so hard to find. With all the things that's going on, I lost track, I felt so strong. I got you on my mind, but something's been done wrong. Sometimes I've been thinking of what to make of me and my memory.
Hello everyone, welcome to SAS online training by Edu eMaster. So by the name SAS, it stands for Statistical Analysis System or Statistical Analysis Software. So this is a complete suite of software products which does the data reading, data transformation and data loading, which is the ETL part of data, and then data analysis and reporting of data. So this does an end-to-end job of the client data, which most of the clients request for. So before I move to the technicalities of SAS, let me give an introduction about myself. So I'm Swapna with 12.5 years of real-time experience in SAS. I started my career with TCS, where I served for 2.5 years, and then I moved to Deloitte for 7.5 years, where I worked on multiple development projects on SAS, where I explored all the functionalities and systems in SAS. So we developed a tool on auditing domain using SAS. So in the tool, SAS interacted with Excel through the VBA code and did the job of extraction of data, reading the data, data analysis, and data reporting as per the client required format. There are multiple versions of the tool being released each and every year, and I supported the tool from end to end along with the development of the tool. So then I moved to United Health Group, where again I have worked for 2.5 years. So after that, I had to take a break to support my family. So for past 2.5 years, I had been taking up multiple classroom and online SAS trainings, which helped hundreds of individuals to build their career in SAS. This is about me. Okay, thank you. So yes, we are done with this. Let's move to Proc SQL. So this actually is like very widely used. So that's the reason I'm telling. We'll have like other than the regular procedures, like this has like a easier syntax and it's like we have pretty all the things that we can do with the data step we'll be able to do with Proc SQL. So I'll complete Proc SQL and in SQL also we can do the joins. Okay, fine. Proc SQL, I think Deepti, you were telling, right? You have knowledge on the SQL queries.
Yeah, little bit.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Proc SQL. So Naina, Deepti, Mira, Naina and
No,
Mira?
I'm not an IT person.
Okay, fine, that's fine. So Proc SQL. So see what is SQL. So SQL is nothing but SQL query language. So like even in order to extract data from the relational databases, like when we have to work on the Oracle database, on the SQL database, basically we use this language, SQL query language. So when it says, as the name says, everything is a query. So we query the database and we get the result. Okay, so as we have, there will be SQL standards that we have to like maintain, and the same SQL syntax will be part of this Proc SQL. So Proc SQL is a procedure in SAS which actually starts with Proc SQL semicolon SAS or query. So I write queries here and then end it with quit. So till now we were ending with run, but for Proc SQL we generally end with quit statement. Okay, even though I write run, once I execute a particular Proc SQL, it will be still running the same thing until and unless I write quit and then I execute it. So unless unlike other procedures, we have quit here, not run. So we just have to make a practice that we write quit when we use Proc SQL. Okay, now. So what is this Proc SQL? So why should I learn Proc SQL? So one thing that I can tell is, I know that I have data steps where I can use a data step. I can create a data set. I can modify a data set. I can use functions on the data set. And what to say? We have certain procedures like summary, means, where it's automatically the input is the data set, and I actually create a summary on the data set. I create frequency on the data set. So many things we have been seeing till now. And also combining the data sets. So what did we do? We used merge, and that is for data steps. The same thing we can be done, all these things whichever we have done using data steps and certain procedures can be accommodated using Proc SQL. So Proc SQL is like a global, it's like, it covers all the aspects of data step. So when do we go for data step? When do we go for Proc SQL step is the question. So you will be knowing that in the classes why I'm doing that. But generally, if I want to tell general in the real time, Proc SQL takes little lesser time compared to data step. Okay, so we'll be seeing the examples. We know when I have to merge a data set, do I need to sort them before on by variable? Right? We have to sort them on by, for example, if it's not sorted, I have to sort it on the by variable, and then only I can merge on the by variable. So if it's like 1 million records and I'm merging two data sets, each 1 million records, so I have to pre-sort the first data set, which has 1 million records on the by variable, and second data set on the by variable, which again has 1 million. Later, I have to merge. So what about the total time that is taken? So for sorting, obviously it has to process all the 1 million records, sort on that variable, and it has to write the output to a different data set. Or if I want to overwrite the same data set also, it's okay. But anyway, SAS has to do all the processing. Again, the second data set also it has to sort. Again, it has to do the same thing. While merging also, it first reads the data sets and then it merges on the by variable. So looking at all these aspects, merge will actually take time and not Proc SQL. Why not Proc SQL? Because Proc SQL doesn't need a sort before combining the tables. Okay, and also, for example, if it's a merge step, I need a common variable name, right? If you have seen here, everywhere I've taken by ID, even while merging by ID. So which means it should be ID in first data set, it should be ID in second data set, it should be ID in the third data set. So the variable name should be same. Otherwise, I ideally cannot merge using the data steps. But whereas with Proc SQL, even though the variables are different, I can still combine them by, we have a technique to do that. How I can refer different data sets variables? Yes, we have a technique. So there again, if you look at this thing, we don't have to waste time renaming the variable name. 5 observations, 10 observations, 10,000 observations, 1 million. Okay, maybe 10 million, 20 million, 100 million. What happens is it takes a lot of time even for renaming, because it has to process all those variables again, all the records again. So even this renaming thing can be avoided with Proc SQL. So comparatively, Proc SQL efficiency is more compared to data step for certain things, not for everything, but for certain things. And it's like very easy syntax. We just have to remember few things, and we can just go with it. Okay, let me start first. So let me just write this first. Data class sets as help dot class run. So can you tell me what is that I'm doing here? So
Yeah, using the SAS the program from the SAS file.
yeah, so I'm just creating a copy of SAS and putting it in class data set, right? So the same thing I want to do using Proc SQL. So basically it starts with Proc SQL and end it with quit. First write these two things, and in between you can write the queries. Okay. So what I have to do, I have to create a data set called class using the input as class, right? That's what I've done here. The similar thing how I can do is, we have a table statement. So what is this? Create table name from another table name. Okay. So what is that I'm saying? I have to write a create table query which says create table name. So basically here we don't call it as a data set, even though it is a data set in SAS. In Proc SQL, we generally call it as a table because in SQL generally we refer as tables as a name for a data set. So create table name from table name. So let's say this is table name 1 and this is table name 2. So I want to say create table class from what is the input? Input is SAS_self.class. So I will say create table output from input. And how about the variables? I did not write anything about variables. Here if I just write set, what happens? It copies all the variables, it copies all the contents and it will put it in class. But unlike this, in create table, I should say select star. So what is this for? So create table output, sorry, create table name. Let me write it as table name 1 only. Okay, as select star from input. So what I'm telling is, so I can say input or I can say table name 2, whatever it is. So what I'm telling is create this table, but while creating the table, you select everything from this input because this is my input. This acts as the input for creating this data set or this table. So select everything. What is this star for? Star is for variables. So instead of writing the variables, I just write star. When I write star, SAS understands that it has to pick all the variables from this input table name 2. Okay. So let me write that. You will understand with examples. So Proc SQL create table. What is the table? Table is class. Output is class. As select, what is the input? As select star from input. What is the input here? As self.class. So if I want to write the same thing, I have to write this query in Proc SQL. Create table class as select star from self.class. So this is the output dataset name or table name and input is this, self.class is input and I'm saying select all the variables. So I'll say as select star from. Okay. So when I run this, by default, it will not print the table. If I want to print, I have to go back to Proc print. So what is it doing? It is doing the same thing. It is creating a class data set and it is just a replica. So if I go to the Explorer window, I see class and it is just the same as class. And no, I don't want to I don't want to pull all the variables. I just want only specific variables. Then don't write star. As select, write the variable names. Name, age, sex from class. So I'm just interested at only the first three variables, name, sex and age. So just write the variable list after select. So select is always to select the variables from the input data set. Okay. So if I write this, now what it will do, it will not pull all the variables, it just selects or it just keeps only. So it's something like keep. So what did we use in keep dataset option or keep statement? We used to keep only those variables that we want. And here if I want to keep only those variables that I want, I can achieve it using select statement. Okay, so name, age, sex, I just have only these three variables. So instead of keep in data step, I can use select variable list in Proc SQL. Is it not doing the same thing? It does the same thing as the keep. Okay. So if I look at the output, I just have name, age, and sex. And if you see, let's go to the input data set.
So these will be working on the input data sets, not the output.
Which ones?
As select is
As
like input
select.
itself, it's changing and coming.
Yeah, right. And also if you see how is the order in class? It is first name, then sex, then age. But when I wrote name, age, sex, I got in this order only in the output. I got name, age, sex. It did not follow the input data set order. It just followed the order that I mentioned. Do you see this? If the same thing, if I want to get the order, what should I do in the data step? Can you tell me? In keep, it doesn't mean
Retain.
exactly. So I have to use a keep data set option or keep statement. Apart from that, I should also use a retain statement to maintain the order. But here with a just select, I can also maintain the order and select those variables that I want. Okay. No need of retain also, yes. So that's also. I can also write without creating a table. So do I need to create a table of this? No, sometimes I just want to see the output. So like a proc print, I just want to see the output. So what are the variables in the data set? I just want to see. So I will say select star from SAS help.class. But so what does this do? This is just, I'm just telling, select all the variables from SAS.class and display it in the output window. Don't create any table because I'm not instructing SAS to create a table. I'm not writing create table name. I'm just writing select star from SAS help.class. So what it does is it just prints all the variables. It's very similar like proc print. Instead of proc print, if I want to do that in Proc SQL, I can write Proc SQL select star from dataset name or input dataset name, whatever. So instead of proc print, I can use only select statement in Proc SQL to display the data in the output window. Right? So even this does the same thing for us, right? The same thing is achieved here. But here, obviously, it doesn't create any table. It just selects whatever variables are there from already existing table. It can be anything. I can also write class here because I already created class. But if I want to create table, I have to write this create table name as select, and then write the variable list. Okay. Now, any questions?
No.
Renaming the variable in Proc SQL. So again, just start with Proc SQL, right quit, in between. So same thing, create table class as select name age, but I don't want sex, I want gender as the variable. So write everything, create table class, I'll say class 1, as select name, age, sex, write sex, but write as new variable name. So I don't want it to be present as sex, I want it to be present as gender. So I want to rename the variable. I just have to write, I have to use this as keyword. So sex as gender, again everything is same. From SAS help class. Now where is this sex or name or age? It's present in input data set SAS help class. So I should write that. So create table name as select all the variables, but I want to rename one variable. So after that variable, just write as and just write the new variable name using as keyword. Okay. Now if I look at, it doesn't print the table. If I want to print the table, I can write this or I can just also use proc print. Here it is just creating the table. Do you see this? Sex is no more present. It is renamed to gender. Okay. So just with as keyword, I can rename. And no, I don't want name also as name. I want name as name of student. Just write this name as name of student, comma age, comma sex as gender from class. I can do on multiple variables. I can do the same thing. So name of student. So am I using any rename dataset option? No, I don't have to because as will do the same job. Okay. No, just in case I don't want to use the as, and I just want to rename using the rename dataset option. Can I do that? Can you tell me if I can use a rename dataset option or keep or drop here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can do that because this one is nothing but the data set. Class is also a data set. So data set option I can use soon after the data set within the parenthesis. The same thing I don't want to do here. I just want to write this as name. I want to keep this as sex. But in output data set, I just want to rename. So I will say rename is equal to name is equal to name of student and sex is equal to gender. So I just want to do is using the rename dataset option. Yes, it is still allowed. You can do that. Only thing is just right after the dataset name. Or I can also write it here. From. So it's like set in the set statement. I used to use the dataset option. Remember? So I can also use it after the SAS class. Also I can rename. So while reading only, it will rename. Okay. Same thing. Okay. Understood? It's easy. It's not very complicated. Only thing is we just have to understand certain keywords and just remember this create table and just the syntax. Where's condition? So I want to say create table class 1, but I just don't want for everything. I'll say create table class 2 as select star from input. What is input? Star select dot class where age greater than 12. So I can, if I want, I can use a dataset option where, or I can use a where statement. I can't use if. Okay. In any procedure, if is not allowed. We discussed this already. Only where is allowed. So I can write where age greater than 12, or I can also write here. I can write where equal to age greater than 12, or I can also write here where age greater than 12 as a dataset option. But I'm using this as a statement. Okay, sorry, it will not output. I have to write a proc print. All the ages are greater than 12. I don't see any age where age is less than 12. All the ages are greater than 12. I want to use age. I want to write a condition for age between 12 and 15. Can you tell me how do I write it? I want to print or I want to have all those records where age values are between 12 and 15.
Where age in 12 to 15?
In 12 to 15.
No, in brackets. No, in bracket
In the
your
brackets?
So you're
12,
saying age in 12, 13.
12 dash 15. 12 dash 15.
No, it will not work.
No, or
Whenever I
comma,
use
12.
in, I use in, I should separate the values with.
Yeah, 13, 14, 15. Yes.
But why should I write this when I have where age between and end operator? You remember? Age between 12 and 15. We have this between and end operator in where. So it's inclusive of 12 and 15. Between and operator. So if you see, I have 16 age also, it's not printing 16. It's 12, 13, 14, 15 only. It doesn't print 16 because it's not between 12 and 15. Okay, it's inclusive of these two values. We can make use of this between and operator. Also, where age contains, sorry, not age, where name contains any particular value. So if I see where name contains AL. So all those names that contains AL, I want to see. So same thing as we used to write there, I can write the similar thing, but here I will say where name contains AL. Alfred, Alice, because it contains AL, and that AL should be a continuous string, okay? If it's A is present at one place, L is at different place, it doesn't show. It's a continuous string. Okay, so as we used to write all the where conditions, any condition I can write even here. Contains, between, and, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, or like name equal to Alfred or name equal to Alice. Yes, I can write or, and operator I can use. So anything I can do. Okay. Just get the around this. Just I want the data set. So I have data set like this. I have student data set where I have ID and class variables. So these are the values. Okay. If I see here, there are repetitions like ID is 101. I don't see 101, but ID 102, 102.3 is there. 103, 103.3 is there already. So there are so many repetitions for ID and class values, right? But I'm not interested at class. I just want to see only the unique values or distinct values, unique values I want to say. I don't want to see duplicates. So how do we do this in data step? I don't want to see any duplicates.
No do.
How can I?
No do.
No, look, but what is the procedure I'll use there, Naina? Proc sort, right? Proc sort data is equal to no will basically remove the duplicate for the row,
Duplicate value.
like a row, complete row, like all the variables, it should have a duplicate. If it is key variable, I can use that in by variable, and I can say no do key, right?
Yeah.
A similar thing if I want to do in SQL, proc SQL, create table. What is this data set? Student is the data set. Create table student BIS distinct as select distinct. So distinct is a keyword. So distinct stands for unique. What is distinct? Only the unique values I just want to get, not the duplicates. So I just want to get the unique values. I have to use the distinct keyword. As select distinct. What is the variable? ID from student. And I also want class. So I will say ID comma class. But distinct will act only on ID, not on class. Okay. I select distinct ID comma class from student. I should run this one. Student is with 17 rows and 2 columns. Okay. So select that class. Let me first write distinct ID only and then check it. First we go to the data set. This is the data set. Distinct IDs. Okay, there are 117. Okay, fine. Do you see this? 101, 102, 103, 104, 105. All the distinct values only I'm getting. I'm not getting, I think 102 was present twice. So 102 is present here, 102 is present here. 103 is also same. It's present in 2 places. But I'm just getting only one occurrence of 102, one occurrence of 103. Okay, because I placed distinct ID. No, I also want this class variable apart from that. So distinct ID comma class. Okay, so for those distinct values of ID, it will also pull class values. Okay. So distinct is a keyword just to pull the distinct values on whichever variable you use, it will just act on that variable, not on all the variables that we have in the select statement. Okay, it just acts on the variables where it is actually whatever variable is written soon after the distinct keyword. And we have sort, right? Sort a table in Proc SQL. So if I want to sort, use order by statement. So what is order by? Like as we have by, okay? Proc sort data is equal to data set name, out is equal to another data set name, semicolon by variable semicolon, right? So we used to do like that if I want to sort a data set, but in Proc SQL, I just have to use order by statement. So Proc SQL quit, I will say create table class new, or I'll say class or dr as select star from class order by. See, the moment you write order by, it is turning to blue because it's a keyword. It's a statement basically, order by variable sex. I want to sort it on sex, so I just want to see all females first, then males. So I'll sort it and I just use a proc print. Run. Okay. So whatever I was doing by using proc sort, now I can just use in proc SQL, use just order by statement. So just when we understand the basic syntax like create table as select, just keep on using different keywords, we can do so many things. But for in the data sets, first I have to create the data set, then I have to use a proc sort again to sort it. But here in the same thing, I'm creating data set also and also sorting it in the same step. In the same proc SQL, I'm doing both the things. Okay. Any questions?
No.
Why did we have to learn all that? We could have directly done Proc SQL, right? Easy.
No, you have to learn both. That's what I said, right? In some scenarios, you have to go with data steps. In some scenarios, you have to go with proc step. Not everything.
Yeah, just
Simple. Yeah, that's a very valid question because when we have everything here, why do I have to go there? Yes, that is true. But all the task concepts I'll be using here. Okay. So coming to functions, put function, input function, date functions, anything, whatever I learned in data steps, I can use in proc step. So the base is data step, then this is advanced. That's why it is coming in advanced as okay.
Yeah, I think only we can in the resume we can write only the basic SAS programming, or we need to write the advanced.
Advanced as right. Exactly. So in advanced as, this is just a part. Group by. Group by statement in Proc SQL. Any idea what group by does?
summary.
Exactly. So I had proc summary, I had proc means. I don't have to do that. I mean, I don't have to use that in SQL. In proc SQL, if I'm using, just use group by. Proc SQL, wait, create table class create table class grp as select star from class group by 6. It just does not display like, as we used to see in even in Proc summary, I think we used to see the outputs like this only, right? So for all F's will come first, then M will come, right? So in the similar, it doesn't show as if it has group, but basically it is grouping all F's first, then M. So it's displaying like this. Okay, so it's as if like I did order by. So what if I say group by age? Let's see. Do you see this? 11th has come first, then 12, then 13, then 14, then 15. The way it shows is little different, but it is still grouping. I don't have any error in the log. Transform. It just writes this one. Group by class has been transformed to order by class because neither the select clause. Let me tell you why it is writing. Having clause is associated. Okay, that's fine. So it is just telling I'm not using any function, I'm just grouping. So it is doing as if it is doing the order by. What is order by? Order by is nothing but sorting. So it is writing, it is doing order by only because I'm not using any summary function. What summary function means is, let's say, as select star comma count of um, count of a variable. Okay, count of name, or let's say count of name only as student count. Okay, so basically whenever we use a group by, it expects that I should use any summary function. It can be any function like a min function, maximum function, sum function, count, any numeric function, because it is grouping and it also does some summary operation on that. So it just gives that warning. So I will write this. Now do you see this? So for 11 age group, there are 2 students. So it is writing 2 as a student count. For 12 age group, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's writing the student count as 5. Now I will not have that warning because I'm using some summary function, which is count. It just writes that it's okay even if I don't use any summary function also, I can still write group by because I don't need. But here what I'm doing, I'm grouping it, and also let me first take out this one. I'll just write as select star comma start from SAS per class. I want to extract, so extract count of students for each age group. So what I'll do, since I'm already summarizing, I'll use a count function. You remember we had n equal to, n is nothing but count there, right? Frequency. In proc summary, we had min equal to, we had max equal to, mean equal to. So what was it all doing? It was all extracting those specific statistics, right? That I can do in Proc SQL as well. So I will say as select star comma count of name. Why name? I can write any variable here. I'm just writing name because I know each name of the student is different. Count of name as student count. Okay. So I'm doing summary. When I'm doing summary, I want to calculate any statistic. Yes, I can calculate the statistic. Okay. Any questions?
No.
I can also use sum here. I can use count. I can use sum, anything. So to extract the count, okay. What is this? It should have an error, right? What is this CNT? What function I should use here? Count.
Count.
Yeah, it's a there is that. Count is a function. Also, let me tell you, using the count, I can do one more thing. I don't want all this create table this as cell. I just want to get the count of number of observations in the data set. I just say count star as OBS count or OBS CNT. What is this count star? Count star is nothing but the number of observations. I'll not group by anything. I just want to get the count of all the observations in the data set. As select count star, I just want only that variable. I'll say as select count star as OBS count from class. So it just gives one variable, and that variable will have the number of observations count. So I have 19 observations in class, so I'm getting this. So just to get the observation count, I can write this. So can't I write the variables? I can also write the variables. So I can say as select star, comma count star. Both the things. So star will put all the variables and count star, this OBS CMD is where it will just put count of observations in the data set. You see this? You remember we used to do this. How do we use in the data step if I want to get the observation number? There I used to get the serial number. How do I get it? OBS is equal to underscore n underscore. We did that. But that gives the serial number. But this is giving the number of observations in this data set. Okay. Okay then. So let's break here. We'll continue this from here tomorrow. Any questions?
No, Swapna.
Okay. So please go through this. I know this is a new thing.
Yeah, today's class was little bit okay. Like
it is okay. Yeah, it's actually okay.
Confusing, like.
It's easy to understand. Exactly. Yeah. I know. Yeah. But that's why. That's the reason we use Proc SQL more because it's very handy. It's easy to use.
Tomorrow onwards you can write this SQL statement. Before that, just see the last one we are using for the proc summary. Instead of proc summary, we are using. So just you write that one also when we are going through this one again.
Sure. Yeah. Just you can just remind me tomorrow again, Deepthi.
Yeah. So, because sometimes we get confused also. That's why.
Okay. You're saying you want me to write the proc summary also below that?
Not full summary. Just instead of the proc summary, we are using the group by just.
Okay. Just a comment.
Yeah. See, transfer, like that. So just we can write instead of the group summary, you can use by like that. So we can easily get from SAS what we are using and
So I can just write a comment. So what I can do is group by. So use it to summarize the data set or table on some variable, right? Is this what you wanted, Deepthi?
Yeah.
Okay. So order by sort a table. That's what I wrote. For sorting a table in Proc SQL, I have to use order by string. Okay. Okay then. Let's close for today. We'll meet again tomorrow. Sure. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Swapna.
So I'm just writing distinct age, distinct sex, comma name, comma you want height and height. I'll also write height. Okay. Let's write like this. Oh, why am I writing? I need this right. distinct age, comma, distinct sex, comma, age. Let's select this. Let's see how. 19 rows. Okay. So basically, this is what happens. I can't write this distinct for more than one time. Okay. So if I write for sex, okay. So what are the distinct values of sex? It's either F or M, right? Not everything. But apart from sex, you're also selecting age, name, height. So for each of the sex values, the age is different, name is different, and height is different. Right, Nano? You agree? Sex is M, I
Yeah,
am, but for this age is different, height is different, and name is different. So what it does,
right.
so I use a distinct, it will display all the records.
No, but if you like double, like
Ah,
for Alfred, right? You keep the
okay,
name
then
same as.
yeah, let's say that. Let me first subset this data set. Data class sets as health.class run. Okay, I'm first creating a temporary data set class. Now I'll overwrite or edit that data set. So let's say Alfred, right? I will say copy row. Okay, so Alfred is present 2 times. Is that fine? And also
Yeah,
let's say
that's fine.
Jeffrey also copy row and then save it. So even Jeffrey is also added one more time.
Okay. In this, can you do one change? Like for
Yeah.
Alfred, keep all like everything same. Like don't change any variable values. But in Jeffrey, you can change, like you can change sex to female and age
Mm.
something else.
Okay,
So
fine. So sex is female, age is maybe 24. This is 55. This is 90. Okay, I just change the values first. So when I say distinct sex, comma age, comma name, comma height from class. So did I save this one? No, I have to save this first. Save and close it. Do you see this? So actually 19 plus 2, 21 rows. But out of that one is duplicate, isn't it? So it has taken out that and it is 20 rows. Let's go to HH. So Jeffrey record I'll have twice. Right? So I have Jeffrey here, one for male, one for female. But what was the first one? Alfred, right? So
yeah, Alfred.
I'll have only once. Right? I don't see any occurrence of Alfred other than this. Only the 16th record is Alfred record. This
Okay.
is your question, Nana? Did I answer your question?
So it will remove everything, like all the variables which has.
Duplicates.
So all the variables have to be duplicate, or only because we are applying the distinct to sex. So will that be because distinct is applied to only one variable at one time, right?
Distinct is applied. I think here what is happening since we are mentioning all the variables. So here the distinct is applied to all the variables that we mentioned. So if I write distinct sex, comma age, comma name, comma height. So this
Distinct is applicable to everything, all the four variables.
otherwise it would have taken since it when I say distinct sex, it should give only one sex value for M1, one for M, one for F, right? And
Yeah.
even this Jeffrey record also it could have removed. But here when
It is.
I'm mentioning multiple variables, I'll check this out, Naina. What your question is also very valid. So distinct is to select the unique variables, but when we mention more than one variable, so what I feel is even here that was the case, right? So when I said just select distinct ID comma class, right? So what did it do? Remove the duplicate records totally, isn't it?
But here also, if you see the data, right? See,
Mm.
102, the ID 102 has class as 3. Again, the
Yes.
duplicate value 102 has 3. But if
Yes.
you make 102, the second data, the value for 102 is 4. So will it keep it or will it remove it?
It has to keep it. Now it can't delete. It should not delete because I said distinct ID come up class, right? So I'm running this one now.
So it is not even looking at class. So even if class is different, it is going to take it out because distinct is only for ID, right?
No. Here it keeps that's what I'm saying. Here it should keep 102, 4. See this.
It will keep both, right? It will keep both.
Yes, see this. 1023, 1024. I think this is valid, right? ID is a duplicate. ID has a duplicate values in the second row, third row, but class is not duplicate. So here, what did we observe? It's applying that distinct for all the variables that we mentioned.
Right.
Only on a single variable, right? It is on all the variables. And we mentioned distinct and write the variable names for all the variables mentioned in the select statement.
So when you mention distinct with like multiple variables, it will check for all the duplicate variables which are having the same values and delete it. But if any of one variable, the value is different, it is going to keep it.
Yeah, it is going cast to keep it, right? Otherwise, I can't say this is similar to proc sort nodo. So this is something like nodo, right? So when I use proc sort, data is equal to data set name, and I give a nodo, what happens? So and the duplicate rows or the entire observation, if it is a duplicate, it will remove it.
Yeah, got
right?
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So distant, what more? Just give me a moment. I'm just.
There is no more. You have to have what? He just had a bite. You guys are going to have early lunch anyways, okay?
Okay, I'm just going through what all we discussed already. So we just select statement, select only a few variables, renaming a variable. So we have seen how do we rename as, right? We use this as keyword and create a new variable here. So here count star as OBSCN and count of name as student. Oh, Dipti is unable to hear. You can hear me, right, Naina? Naina Mira?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah, so as is over, and now renaming a variable, yeah. Okay, yeah. Calculating a new variable. So, if I write this step, okay, let me explain this. Proc SQL create table def.cars1 as select make model type origin invoice. So I'm selecting all these variables. Apart from these variables, I'm creating a new variable called invoice plus 100 as new invoice. So I'm creating a variable called new invoice. How am I creating? I'm adding 100 to it and creating a new invoice. Earlier also we have seen that, right? Count, I used a count function and I created a new variable, right? Or I want to just rename a variable. So sex as gender. So what did it do? It renamed sex to gender, right? So we have seen that in the similar way, I want to do some mathematical operation on the existing variable and create a new variable. So I want to do invoice plus 100 as new invoice, and I want to create this variable new invoice in cars1 dataset. So when I say this, let's see what happens. So we already have this invoice variable in the cars in the sashelp.cars. When I do this, what happens in cars1, I'll have a new variable called new invoice where it is adding $100 to it. 33, 437, 21, 861, 24747. So it is just adding $100 to this invoice variable and creating new invoice. But to do that, again, what should I do? I should use this as keyword because so it's something like this. If I want to write in a data step, how do I write? I write data cars1 sets as help.cars. How do I write it if it's in a data step? Can you tell me?
Invoice equal to invoice new equal to invoice plus 100.
Exactly. Invoice new or new invoice, whatever it is equal to invoice plus 100. So this is an assignment statement, right? So if it is in a data step, I write like this. But if in the proc step, I just write invoice plus 100 as new invoice. So I'm creating a variable called new invoice where I'm adding $100 to this invoice variable, which is already existing. Okay. Now, yes, I have created this new invoice. I also want to format this variable. So invoice, I am already seeing in dollars and commas, right? So I want to see the same dollar and comma even in new invoice. Can you tell me what format can I use here?
$W dot.
$W dot, right? So if I use $W dot, I will be able to see both dollar and commas, right? So
Yeah.
where do I write that? So after the variable, new variable is created, right? Format is equal to dollar and what is this variable? So let's take what is the maximum number of bytes I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let me give some 10 dot because I don't know how many numbers it may get in future. So I'll just write format is equal to $10 dot and for what variable I'm formatting? I'm formatting it for new invoice. So soon after the variable is created, I should mention this. Okay. So now, so if I say cars one, let's see this.
Swapna?
Format. Yeah.
So here you first mentioned invoice plus 100 and then the invoice new, right?
Yeah.
So
As
new
invoice
invoice?
new.
Yeah, as. So
Hmm.
is there any order preference or like the source and the whatever variable you want to change?
Hmm.
Like, can you write new invoice as invoice plus 100
No,
and form? You can't do that.
no. Even if you see yesterday, we have written it is if I want to rename sex to gender, sex as gender.
Yeah.
So the new variable will come after as keyword.
Okay.
And also there is no order also. What I can do, I can write this first in the select also. I can keep this first. Then I can select make, model, type, origin, invoice. Even this is also allowed. Since it's a new variable and it is using invoice, I don't have to write it only after the invoice variable. I can write first this one because anyway this variable invoice is present in cars1. Okay, so this order can be anything. You can select the variables in any order. First, I'm calculating a new variable, then I'm selecting the variables which are already existing in the data set. Yes, I can do even that. So now the order will be the new invoice will come first.
Okay.
Right, so cars one, new invoice I'll get first. So this order is fine, but only thing is new variable name we should always mention after as keyword. Okay, so calculating new variable with mathematical operation.
And Swapna,
Yeah, Nanu?
like you can give multiple conditions, right? Like you did like invoice plus 100 as one, and if you want to change the model to model
Yeah.
one, so there
Yes, yes.
after model you have.
Yes, just write it as model one.
Okay.
Type as whatever, anything. For any number of variables, you can do this.
Okay.
Let me write the proc print. I don't want to open the dataset every time. So model 1 I see, right? First one, new invoice, make, model 1, type, origin, invoice. So it's renaming model to model 1. So model will no more be present in the data set. It's model 1 now. Okay. Any other questions?
No.
Is there? Oh, she's joining and maybe she has some issue.
She left actually. I saw.
Yeah. Yeah. So we have seen this keep and drop dataset options yesterday, did we? Did we use any of the set options?
Like keep, I think we did, right?
Yeah, keep it. Anything. So keep, yeah. We did rename, or we can also use keep or drop. Do you want me to do that? So just from the data set, output data set or input data set, we use the keep or drop. You want to do that first?
Swapna, when you, I'm still stuck on distinct. Sorry for that. Like when you give a distinct, right, for certain variables, it will just show those variables, or it's going to show all the variables?
No. You write distinct and you mention all the variables that you want. It will show only those variables you mentioned there. So that's the reason, that is the meaning of the select. So what select does is, it will select only those variables you mentioned in the select statement. You write distinct or you don't write distinct, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. So whatever variables you mentioned in the select statement, only those will be present in the data set. The new data.
This may be a stupid question, but if you want to see all the variables,
Star.
But, no, star is there, I know. But it cannot happen like we want to see all the variables and then you want to see distinct value, because it's going to anyway sort out and then put it, right?
Yes.
It cannot happen, right? You can see both of it.
No. When you use star, you can't use any of these keywords like distinct or anything.
Okay, then it is the full data set, like how you want to see the original one. Yeah.
Right. So create table cars 1. So if I write this one as create table cars 1, select star from sasal.cars, so it will print everything. So I don't write all the.
It is working on the input data set, not the output. That's why you will just see that.
Anyway, it works on input only. I mean, when it's fetching the variables, even it's the same in the data step, right, Mira? I write set statement, it gets all the variables from the data set that we mentioned in the set statement. Same thing it's doing. So set is replaced with from here. That's it. So when it is selecting the variables, anyway, it has to select even there or here in the data step or in the Proc SQL step. It has to get the variables, select the variables only from input. New variables again will create in the data step, right? But other than new variables, the rest of the variables it has to get from input. So same thing it does even here. So when I do this, sorry if did I answer your question, Mira?
Yes.
Okay, so it's the same. That's what I just want you to correlate both. That is don't get that opinion that data step is different and Proc SQL is different, because there we are using a set statement. It gets all the variables in the data set, input data set. Apart from that, I can also create some new variables additionally. Here, to get all the variables, we just have select star. So create table name as select star from sasal.cars, get all the variables. Apart from this, let's say I want to write count of age. We have seen this yesterday, right? Count of age as age count, whatever. I'm just creating a new variable where I'm counting the age. Or if I say count of distinct age as age count, I can do anything. And additionally, apart from all the variables select star, I'm also adding a new variable like this. Or the same thing, you can also do this star comma invoice plus 100 as new invoice format $10. This is more easy to understand. So I'm getting all the variables. Apart from that, I'm also calculating a new variable called new invoice, and I'm applying a format here. So this one will have all the variables plus the new variable is new invoice. So the new invoice will be the additional variable. Do you see new invoice at the last? This is the one. It's actually split in 2 pages because the number of variables are more. I'm doing a page up. So it has put 10 length in, and then it is putting the rest of the variables, I think. Yeah. New invoice. So in this new invoice, it's adding the invoice plus 100. It has invoice here, MSRP here, and at the end, it has new invoice here. So what is it doing? It is getting all the variables, plus it's adding a new variable. Any questions?
No.
No.
Okay. So order by. Did we discuss order by? Group by. Yeah.
Can
Order
you do
by.
one example of the keep and drop?
Yeah, sure. So here, so keep and drop, basically this keep is done by select only Naina here, but still I'm writing star because I have so many variables, but I just want to drop only few variables. Okay. I'm selecting first all the variables and I'm creating a new variable, new invoice. But in cars one, I don't want to see all the variables. I do want to drop out of those. I want to drop invoice because new invoice is already created, and I want to drop another variable MSRP on the new dataset. So just write drop is equal to dataset option on cars one. So first what I'm doing, I'm selecting all the variables plus I'm creating a new variable, new invoice. But while writing the data to the cars one, I don't want all the variables. Since new invoice is created, I want to drop invoice and I also want to drop MSRP. So just write it on the new dataset. Okay. So in the new dataset, you will not see MSRP. You will see make, model, type, origin, drivetrain. You will also not see invoice. You are seeing only new invoice, but you will not see invoice because I dropped it. Okay. Let's go to the data set. I think that's more clear. Let's go to cars one. So make, model, type, origin, drivetrain, engine size. So somewhere I had MSRP and invoice. It deleted that. Or if I just view the columns for this data set, that's more easier. So I don't see invoice or I don't see MSRP here. I see all the rest of the variables. Okay, because I dropped it in the final data set. In the input, while I'm fetching, I have it, but while I'm displaying it in the Proc SQL, when I'm creating data set in Proc SQL, I'm deleting or dropping in that data set. In the similar way, I will say I said star and I said invoice plus 100 as new invoice, but I don't want all these things. I just want new invoice and I want make and model. Only these three variables I want. Just writing keep is equal to dataset option. What's happening?
So you should see only three variables, right? New invoice, make and model.
Right. Oh, this is opened. There should be an error in the log. I cannot open cars one. So why this is printing? It's actually printing the latest created dataset. Before this, cars one was already created, right? So it is just printing it. But actually, when creating cars one, there is an error. Understood? This proc print is working because it is just printing the latest created dataset which is successfully created. So it doesn't worry about the earlier error. It just prints the latest dataset that's created. Okay. So what variables I should see? I should see make, model, new invoice. Only these three variables. I should not see any of the other variables. Okay, now if I go to cars 1 also, I just see make model new invoice. So similarly, as we use there, we can also use keep or drop or rename dataset options on the input dataset. So what is the input dataset? From sasl.cars. So here also I can use keep dataset option or drop dataset option. No, I don't want to use in that because my choice will become very limited. If I want to use some extra variable in future, I can't use that. So sasl.cars, I'm getting all the variables, but while writing to cars1, I'm using the keep dataset option so that I can have only these variables in the dataset. Okay. Any questions? Did it answer, Nena?
Yes, Sapna, all good.
Okay. So can you tell me why do we use like operator in the Proc SQL? So
Any pattern of my name like me M and you can do like middle words as just blanks and A. Like that pattern, you try to find the words.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So where do we use it? We use it in the where statement only, right?
Where? Yeah.
Where statement, I want to see all those names starting with M and A, but in between I don't know how many letters I have. So how do I write? So I will say Proc SQL create table
I think percentage or something, right? For no?
M percent A.
Yeah, M percentage.
When I write percent, it can have any number of characters. There is no limit. Okay. So create table class new as select star from class where name like I have actually Alfred, Alice. So let's talk about Henry. It's starting with H and ending with Y, right? So if I just write where name like H percent Y, so it should display Henry record in the data set class new. Do you see this? Henry M 1463.5 102.5. This is my output. I'm just the record. So in the where we know we have been using between and operator, like operator, contains operator, right? In operator, right? So we can use any symbols greater than, equal to, less than or equal to, anything, or and I can use anything. The same thing is applicable even in the Proc SQL. So nothing, if you see here, select star from class where name like J percent. So I'll see all those names starting with J. Okay. So let me just copy these three things and then we'll just discuss using like operator in the where
Swapna, can you do the between, because I don't remember doing between with the where. I remember and or, but I don't remember doing between.
Sure, yeah. So what does this do? It will display all those records where it starts with J, right? So when I do this, it will display James. It display Jane, Jeffrey, everything, isn't it? It will display all those records starting with J. Then J percent S. When I say J percent S, what is that it's going to display? What is it doing? Why is it putting this? Okay, maybe it's not. Let's say, okay, create table, new, as select. I'm not creating a table, so just, okay. Yeah, do you see James? Because I want J starting with J, ending with S, so it is James. And same thing here.
Why is that Henry thing coming up again and again?
Okay, so what I did is I did not write create table. I just copy pasted the code. It was just having select star. So what will this select star do? It will just select this variable, select all the variables from subset class where it satisfies this condition. Later, I'm running this proc print. Imagining that I'm creating a table here, I'm running proc print. So what does proc print do now? It will print the latest created data set. Latest created data set is class
the Henry.
Henry. So here it is displaying James and then it is displaying Henry as well.
Okay.
It's doing two things. See, it displays James and it also displays when I come. Okay. James is the latest one now. That's why it is displaying James twice. Let's say I create class new with this one and then I run both at the same time. So select statement will select those variables and use James, and there is an proc print run I'm doing that will display that data set which is class new. Okay. Now, so between and operator. So between and operator in where statement. So if I write proc SQL select star from class where age between 12 and 15. Okay. So what does it do? So what happens is, does someone remember what, when I write where age between 12 and 15, what records will I see?
All ages having 12, 13, 14 and 15.
Exactly. So it's inclusive, yeah, it's inclusive of 12 and 15 and also all those records between 12 and 15. Okay. It prints all those records which actually has 12, 13, 14, 15. But it doesn't print 16 for sure because 16 is not between 12 and 15. Okay. So, or if I write 14 and 15, I should get 14 and 15 only. These two only I should get. These two age groups only I should get. Do you see this? 14, 14, 14, 15, 14, 15, 15, 15. Between and is always, it's inclusive of these numbers and also in between those numbers. Is it clear, Mira?
Yes.
Yeah, so I can use the same where statement in the data step. I can use in proc print. I can use in proc SQL. Anywhere I can use the same thing, right? The procedures always supports where but not if. So in data steps I can use if or where, but here only where. In e procedures it's only where. Okay. I don't remember what all I discussed, so I'm just going through what count. So any questions on the count function? What does count do? So if I just write it as, let's say I have this data set, patient.
It's like a frequency, right? Number of
count, exactly. So if I say count of age, so I have the variables in the data set is patient, I have ID, gender, age, disease. So I have these many records. Okay. And if I create a table patient one, I select count of age as patient count. So what is count of age? It will count all those ages where it is not missing. That's it. It doesn't worry whether age is a duplicate or not duplicate, nothing like that. Wherever it is not missing, it will count all those records wherever it is not missing. Okay. But somewhere it is missing. Now let's see. So patient one created with one row and one column. If I print the data set, the count is 8. Now let's go and count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Totally it's 9. But one record age is missing. So it is counting only the non-missing values. So patient, even though it has 9 records, it will count as count of age as patient count is only 8. So if I see these results, where is it printing? Where did it print this? Let me print it again. Yeah, so the patient count is only 8. So always remember, count function will count only the number of non-missing values. So count of variable, how do we write? Count of variable as new variable, and count function always counts missing values for the variable that we mentioned. Okay, clear? So that's why it has written 8 here but not 9, because one age is missing. But what if I write, instead of this, I use as count of disease, age, no. So I should use a numeric variable, sorry for that, not a character. So ID is a numeric variable. If I use count of ID, do you think it returns 9 or 8? In this case, count of ID as patient count.
9.
Yeah, it should return 9, because the number of non-missing values for ID is 9. So it gives 9, but for age, it gave only 8, because one age is missing. Okay, clear?
So how do you get the count of missing values?
By default, it will ignore missing values. So we have this miss and nmiss functions, right? We learned miss and nmiss. So if I want to count the missings as well, so I write count of miss of age as age miss from patient. Now let's see. I should get age miss as 1. It's not printing, any error? Yeah, miss not located. Miss and nmiss, right? Was it nmiss and miss? What was the function we learned? Nmiss is left for count of non-missing values. Was it miss or missing?
Missing, I think.
Missing? That's what I don't remember basically. We don't use missing function. It's not missing for sure. Let me just check it here. Not a problem. Even I don't remember that. Miss and miss. Miss was there, but miss is supported in data step for sure. But what about this one? That is my problem. So functions and call routines should be there. Yes. As functions and call routines. N is we have for sure. N of, I'm so sorry. It's N of. It's not miss of. It's N. N will just calculate the number of non-missing values, but I want to get N is for number of non-missing values. N miss is for the number of missing values. Do you see this? Now I can just count these two to get the total count. So age miss it is giving as 1. So we have two functions, Mira. One is N and the other is N miss. right? So what is n? N will just count the number of non-missing values, but to count the number of missing values, I have to use n-miss. So I'm using n-miss, and because there is one variable missing for age, I don't know how many missing values are there. Here I can make out it's just only few records, but I don't know this. I want.
But still, it's not changing the color. Oh, it doesn't change color for these.
It doesn't change color for the function names. Yes.
Okay.
Proc SQL it doesn't. But if you see the output, you see both the patient count is 9, age miss is 1. Now I want to get total number of records. What do? I add these two. Okay. So how do I add those two? I'm about to tell that. There is something called calculated keyword that we use in Proc SQL. So what is the calculated keyword? So how did I calculate? I have arrived at age miss by using some function, right? This is a new variable and patient count is also a new variable. These two are calculated variables. So I want to add this one and this one to get the total number of records. So what I do is calculated is a keyword that I use. Calculated patient count plus calculated, let me write it in a new line, calculated age miss. I created both these variables just now as number of records. I'll just put this in a parenthesis because these two are, I just want to calculate both these sums. Let me try. I think we have to use this calculated keyword. I'll just check if there is any error. No error. Do you see this? Number of records is 10. So there are some missing values also. So let's say instead of taking the age count of ID, I'll take count of age. So count of age in the patient count, or I'll just say age count, age NT. One record, I know that there is a missing value for age. I want to count that also, and I want to add both these variables to arrive at the number of records. Because by default, this count function does not count the missing values. So one function, count function for non-missing values, and nmiss function for missing values of age, and then I add both of them. So to add both of them, I should use the keyword calculated because I calculated just this variable just now. It's not already present in the input data set patient. So HCNT is new, age miss is new, which I calculated just now. So I should say calculated patient count. Sorry, I'll say age count. So calculated HCNT plus calculated age miss as number of records. See the results. Now I see the number of records as 10. It will add 9 plus 1, 10. Any questions?
No.
Okay. Y8. Right. So this is the right count. This is the right one, not this one. This one here I was calculating count of ID. ID only is actually 9, which is actually the number of observations. This is actually wrong. This one is correct. This output is correct. You agree? The number of records is 9. It's not 10, right?
Yes.
So count non-missing values of age is 8. Missing values of age is 1. When I add both, it is 9. Okay. So calculated keyword in Proc SQL. So whenever I want to do any computation, any mathematical operation or anything, using the new variables that we just created, we have to use this keyword calculated. So I'll say use it on new variables in Proc SQL step. Okay, Proc SQL. It's already there. That is calculated in the same SQL step. Okay. Naina, did you had any question?
No, Swapna.
Okay. I'll be just scrolling. I don't. I just want to see what all is covered. Count is covered. Calculator is covered. So even here it's the same thing. So let me use one more example for calculated. This one. So here select star, comma, weight into weight is a variable from SAS helper class. SAS helper class we know already that it has the variable weight. So weight into 0.45 as weight underscore kg, and I have to use this weight underscore kg which I just created. So I will use calculated weight underscore kg plus weight as revised weight from class. So here I'm selecting all the variables. It has 5 variables. The new variable is weight underscore kg, and using weight underscore kg weight, I'm creating revised weight. So it's 1, 2 plus 5, 7 variables in total. So when I print this data set, it doesn't go to bottom. Okay, let's go. So do you see what happened? It's calculating name, sex, age, height, weight underscore kg, which is nothing but weight into 0.45. Then revised weight is nothing but weight plus weight underscore kg. That is nothing but revised weight.
Can you write a definition for select as and from?
Select as, sorry.
And from, like those are the words we are using in Proc SQL.
Yeah, select to select the variables, right? From keyword to mention
Input data set name,
input.
right?
Yeah, name of input data set. Calculated variable name to be used when performing an operation on new calculated variable. A new variable that's created in same SQL step. Then what did we, anything else, Mira?
As
As to rename a variable to another. Okay, so if I say sex as gender, so it will no more have sex, it will just have gender variable now. And sex is renamed to gender.
And when we use as, like when you are creating the table, right? Class 2 as select, so that as doesn't mean anything, right?
No, that's part of the syntax. As select star. So whenever I want to combine create table and select statement, create table statement and select statement, the keyword we use is as. That as doesn't have any specific meaning. Okay.
so should you be adding as a prefix to select? Does it
right,
follow
see,
by
yeah, let me write this. So Proc SQL select star from table name or data set name. I can write it, right?
yeah?
From data set name. So what does it do? It just selects the variables and outputs in the output window. It is just like a proc print, right? So whatever data set you mentioned here, that data set it selects all the variables from that data set and it will output in the output window. But if I write it as proc SQL, so it in between I write create table 2 as select star from table 1. Now what will happen? It will create a table called table 2 from table 1, and as is just used as maybe a concatenation operator.
Like can we call it as set? As
Yes,
select as set?
as select, as select as set, as select star. Yeah, you can
Yeah, we can.
set. Yeah. This entire step is actually doing data table 2 set table 1. It's similar to the same thing. Yes. You can call it like that. Okay. So select is basically selecting the variables, Mira. That's it. Okay. So yeah, set also does the same thing. It selects all the variables by default, but here I have a choice also. So without using a keep or drop, I can select only specific variables also from this input. Yeah, more or less the same. Any other thing?
No, little enhanced feature in that. Like
yes,
you get
yes. So I can do both the things. I can just select. I can also create a table. I can select only specific variables. I don't need a keep, drop, or rename anything. I can create a new variable using the ask keyword. So many things in the same Proc SQL step. So that's why SQL is more handy to use. Okay. Labeling and formatting. Okay. Yeah. So if I want to do the label and formatting, so I know that I have the variable name. Okay. So let's say I take out this. Okay. So first I don't write anything. I just write name, comma, sex, comma, age, format, age, format $4 dot. I don't. This is not needed. For age, it's just a two numbers. And height. So maybe height is okay. Format 6.2. Weight format 6.2. Fine. And apart from this, for name, I have to apply a label. So if I want to apply any property for a variable, so here if you see, I'm applying a format for the variable weight. And where am I using? After the variable name weight, I'm writing this format. Again, for height, I'm writing a format. So for each and every variable, if I want to apply any property, maybe a length, maybe a format, maybe what to say, the label, whatever it is, I have to write it after the variable name. So if I want to apply a label for the variable, label is equal to name of student. Then I just write after the variable, select name, write the label to it, and then select the next variable after a comma. Okay. So just to select, it will display the output in the output window. So now I'll not see name, I'll see name of student because I applied a label. So we know using the same label statement, I'll create a label in the data step, and I can also create a label in the proc print step using the label statement. In the same proc SQL also, just use label, but after the variable name here, in the select statement, we have to use a label. So use label equal to text, whatever text it is, after the variable name in select statement. Okay, so then it just applies the label. That's it. So this multiple conditions, I'll discuss it tomorrow. Any questions still here?
No.
Okay, so I feel we discuss any much new things here. It's okay. We'll be continuing it from here, and then how do we update a table? How do we create a blank? For example, till now, I'm using something as input, right? From class, from patient, from class. So I'm already using some data set which is already existing as input. But no, I want to create a blank data set, like we create a data set with data lines, right? So data set with data lines, what will we do there? So we create new variables, and we'll add observations to it, right? Without using something which is already existing. We create everything starting from scratch. So if I want to create a blank data set similarly in Proc SQL step, we'll be seeing how do we do that. So we'll see that tomorrow. How do you create a blank data set and how do you this data set?
So if you give a data set name and then you give variables and you don't give data lines, which means a empty data set is created, right?
Yes, right. It is just created with a blank structure is created.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what you mean by this blank data set?
Right. What I mean is here, yes. First, a blank data set, just a basic structure, and then add rows to the table. So till now we did not see that in SQL, right? I was always telling from. So I'm using some data set which is already existing as input, right? But no, I want to start from the scratch. I want to add, first create the variables in it, and then I want to add observations to this table. How do we do that in the Proc SQL? That is what I mean.
Okay. Yeah. Got it.
Yeah. So we'll see that tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any
Thank you,
questions?
Sapna.
Thank you, Sapna.
Thank you. Okay then. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Swapna,
Yeah, Dipti?
I gave your number to my friends regarding the SAS.
Oh, okay. That's
Can
what
you-
I'm getting a call. Sorry, I'm cutting that. Okay.
from UK. Actually, I haven't get the time to text you actually
Oh,
because of
is it? Okay. So can you ask them to call after 5 minutes now also, Dipti? I am done with the class, right? I can take up the call.
yeah, sure. Actually, she's my friend's friend, so
Okay.
I will tell them. Otherwise, I think,
So is it Nimisha?
I haven't asked her name actually.
So I
Just like
actually got a call in the morning from Nimisha.
morning on your time. Morning.
My morning at right at 8 a.m. at my time. My time.
Yeah. Because I gave your number. I think afternoon time on my time means your time. Yeah, it's a morning time.
Oh, she
From
said her name is Nimisha. She said she's from UK. Yeah.
yeah.
So she also said told that she got it from friends. I mean, one of the friend has given this number, and then I asked who is that. Actually, that's not the person. Her friend has actually given this
Yeah,
number.
it's me.
Yeah. She told me. She spoke with me already, Dipti.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah,
Oh,
all those. I said I'll send the recorded video also, demo
yeah.
session. But
Just I'm informing you.
she wanted to. Yeah, not a problem. Thanks a lot. Thank you. But she wanted to start from next week. But since I already have 3 batches, I was telling her after maybe your batch is complete, I can take up a new batch. So until then, I can take up a new batch. So it's becoming very tight. If I take one more batch, it becomes very worse. So
How
I
long
just
it will
started.
finish my, I mean, my thing? We are getting late for 50%.
Yeah, it's okay. So
You
let's let.
can carry on. I will call you later on.
Okay. You can call me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're seeing how we can create a blank data set in Proc SQL. How can I update that data set, which is blank in the sense just the data set with variables, right? So how can I update or how can I add rules into that data set? All those things will be same. So let's say I want to create a data set class. Dataset is class. I don't want to get it from the class. I know I have that, but I don't want to get it from there. But I just have only 3 variables now, and the data is also different. So the variables I have is a name, obviously a character variable, and age, numeric variable, and gender, again a character variable. So I have these 3 variables. I want to create a data set only with these 3 variables, and the name of the data set is class. Okay. So if the data set, if any input data set exists, we have seen that we always use this from, and then mention the name of the data set in Proc SQL. So how do we write Proc SQL? Create table name as select star from the input data set name. So that, and also without create table, I can also just use just a select statement, but from is always needed because this is the input. But now I don't have any input like that. I want to create the base data set. Okay. So how do I do that? Proc SQL create table class. Okay. And I want to create a table. So I write create table class. Then the variables name, I want as a character variable, so you should write name char. So it is little different. We just have to go with it. So age num, because there it was dollar, and for the numeric variable we'll not write anything. SAS understands that is a numeric variable, but here we should mention char and num. Char for character variable, num for numeric variable. Gender char. Okay, and just write a quit. So that's it. So create table class, and within parentheses we should write what are the variables and what is the data type of the variables. I want 3 variables and these are the data types. So write that within the parentheses, close the parentheses and give a semicolon and a quit statement. So with this, what happens? Do you see this? Work.class created with 0 rows and 3 columns. If I go to this, it is just a blank data set with a just structure. It doesn't have any observations, but it has this thing. Now, if I look at the variables properties, I have name, text, age, number, and gender again a text variable, right? So I just created a blank structure for the data set. Now I should insert rows into that data set using this Proc SQL. Okay. Now, so for that, I can't also write the values along with the variables. This is just to create the variables. Now we have a statement insert statement. So let me write it here. Insert statement, insert into basically. Insert into is the syntax will be following. Insert into statement to add values to the variables.
Data lines.
Exactly. It's like data lines. It's like data lines. Exactly. So insert into table. Insert into table name or table. So what is the table here? It's class values. And whatever are the values, we write everything in. So it depends whether it's a character variable or a numeric variable. First is name. So I write text for name in quotes, obviously. Then age, number, just a number, comma, gender, again a text value, right? So this is how we write the insert the values. So insert into table name values, and then within the parentheses write the values for the corresponding variables which we have already added in the data set. Name. So if I say name is equal to, okay, we should also write the variable name. Name is equal to text. Age equal to number, and gender is equal to text. So name equal to when I write values, it's not needed. Okay. So I'll just write it like this. Insert into table values. So when we write values, we don't need it. We can just write values like first is name, John, age, 12, gender, obviously M within quotes. Okay. So it's still not over. I want to add one more record. So again, write values. I don't have to repeat this insert into. You can just write values and again write Mary, 13, and it's a female record. So as many records I want to add, we just have to keep on writing these values and then within parentheses the values for those corresponding variables.
So do we have to write one below the other, or we can write it?
No, you can just write it even next to that also. Just have a space and write values. But just to understand, I'm writing one below the other. You can write it next to that as well. Okay. Now do you see this? Table is created here with 0 rows, but then it says 2 rows were inserted into work.class. So if I see this, this is how is my data. Okay. So insert into table name values and just pass the values for the variables that we have declared. So this is one way of inserting data. So there is another way. So alternate method to insert data into table in proxy.
So what is this method called? The first method. Is there any name?
Insert with values statement. Okay. But now whatever I'll be discussing again, it's an insert only, but we will have set instead of, so it's something like insert into table name, then set, we will not have any parentheses, set variable is equal to value. Variable 1 is equal to value. Variable 1 is a character variable. I put variable 1 equal to value, comma, variable 2 is equal to value. Again, if it's in, here it's numeric, so I just write only value. Variable 3 is equal to value. So this is another method. And I just want to write one more record for the same variables, just in the next line or after a space there. Just for readability, it's better you put it in the next line. It becomes easy for. So variable 1 equal to value 1. This is value 1. This is value 1. Sorry, value 3. Whatever it is, okay? I just don't want, I don't care what it is. So it's again value 1, value 2, value 3. These are different values, don't misunderstand. So let's say this is value 1, 1, this is value 1, 2. Something like this, okay? So we just keep on writing the values like this using a set. So insert with set, whereas this one is insert with values. That's it. That's the only thing. So we can write the insert statements, but I feel this is better because I don't have to write set, and I don't have to follow the variable name always. Here the advantage is I can write the values in any order. So I can keep variable 3 first, then variable 2 next, then variable 1 last. Because I'm saying set variable equal to value. I'm also writing the variable name along with the value. So I'm passing the variable name as well. So the order doesn't maintain. But when I write values, insert into table name values, I have to maintain the order. That is the only difference. Understood?
So in the second method, when you write variable, suppose you put variable 3 equal to in the first instead of variable 1. So the variable 3 will come first when you see the table, right?
No. The variable structure is this one only. It doesn't change. Only thing is the variable 3, even though I'm writing at the beginning, that value goes to the corresponding variable. So what is the third variable? It is gender. So that value you're writing, that goes to gender. That's the only thing. The order will be just as per the create table statement. That doesn't change.
Okay.
So insert into class. So sorry, I should write the Proc SQL also. So Proc SQL, I just write the same thing. Okay, and I'm just writing again because I'm using another method. Insert into class. Set name is equal to Brandon. Gender is equal to male. Age is equal to 70. Now again I write set because I want to write to the second record. Set name is equal to Jennifer. Let's write age next. Age equal to 90. Gender is equal to female. Okay. So I can write like this, then write a quote. Let's say this is class 1. I already have class. I will say this is class 1. Do you see this? I have put age second. I actually changed the order. Okay. So I have changed the order while inserting the values. I did not just follow the order in which I have placed the create table statement. So I changed the order. I have put first name, then age, then gender. Still it is fine. So what if I place gender first? Still that's okay. Then name, then age. I have to take out the comma here. In this case also, it just goes. So it is like, you remember we have one named input method. Do you remember?
Yeah. I'm going to tell you
similar to that. Exactly, it's similar to that. Okay, but I prefer insert into values. It's very easy to write. So we'll not commit any mistakes while writing. So that's the easy method to write. Just we have to maintain the order. I mean, whatever variables are there in that order only, I should pass the values. Okay. So if you see, like most of the things I can correlate with the data steps, because mostly whatever we do in the data step, we can also do in the Proc SQL. Okay. Now here I created into two different data sets. One is class, another is class 1. What if I just want to put everything in one? So let's say I want to do like this. So create table class. So this will be the same again. Let's say this is class 3. Okay. Insert into class values. Okay. So I want to write this one. And this, for this do I just follow this method? Is that allowed? Yes, it is allowed. And for another next 2 records, I want 4 records totally to be inserted. I don't want to write values again here. I just want to copy paste the same thing, but 2 different insert statements, different methods that I can write the insert statement. So totally now I want 4 records to be added in the data set. Will that happen? What do you think?
No, don't we have to append or anything to get all the
No,
like
here I already created the similar data, but what if I'm creating a fresh data set? Okay, so initial requirement today when I'm writing the code, I got 2 records.
so you'll get 2 data sets, like how you when you're writing the data in the SAS
Sorry,
program, like
it is class 3.
class,
I'm sorry.
Class
I'm
and
sorry.
name, like you'll get class
Both
also
are
and
classes.
you'll get name as this.
No, sorry for that. I should have written class 3 both the places. I did not change that. Okay, it's class 3 only. So what I'm doing is for first 2 records, I'm following this method, and the next 2 records, I'm following this method. So I'm asking what will be the total number of records in class 3. That's my question. 4. Yeah, exactly. So only first day I just got only 2 records, so I used this method. After 1 or 2 days, I got another requirement. There are more records to be added. So I could have written values and I could have added the next records, or I'm going to alternate method and adding record.
No, I thought like you add the first 2 records in the first data set and then the other 2 records in the other data set and then you append that. I was thinking like that.
Okay. So I just want to do everything in the same Proc SQL set. Do you see this? 2 rows were inserted into class 3. Again, here also it says 2 rows were inserted into class 3. So totally, it should have 4 records. Yeah. So these are the different ways. As we have data lines, how do I write? I don't have data lines. This is how I write.
But what I told you, can you do like that? Like
What's that?
Like create table class 3 and then it's no, you can't do that because whatever you want to insert, it has to go into the same table, right? No, I was thinking
whatever create table name you write, that same table you should write. Or you can do something. What you said is also fine. What I can do is I can write 2 create table statements now. Okay, do you mean this one? So class 1 is this, class 2 is this. Okay, class 1 I don't have age, gender, name, age, then I have marks. Let's say it's marks, num. But for class 2 I have name, age, gender. Is that okay? 2 different variables.
So corresponding values when you declare, it will go accordingly.
That's it. Yeah, you're right. So if I can write insert into class 1, so name, age, marks. It's marks now. So I write 67 and here I write 90. Okay. So class 1 is name, age, marks. So I have mapped the data name, age, marks. Okay. But for class 2, I should write name, age, and gender. Yes, I can write like that. Yes, that is allowed.
So now because class 1 already has name, age, gender, it will create another variable marks and then add it. Because the original has
it anyway. Okay, class 1 already, that it will just overwrite. So it's the same
override.
It will just overwrite, yeah. So here it is female.
Can you just run this program, please?
Yeah, sure. So two different create tables, two different inserts. If I write the same insert, then I'll be in trouble, right? Because I have to refer to the same data set. So now class 1, right? So class 1 is John 1267, Mary 1390. Yeah, is this matching, Naina? But for class 2, John 12, why gender? Oh,
No, class gender only, right?
did not write. Yeah, but what about
So
class?
we did not change anything, right? In class 2, it is gender only. So class
Yeah. Okay, I was confused. I was thinking this is class 1. Okay, so class 1, what all we had? We had name, age, marks. So John 1267, Mary 1390. Right?
So the gender got replaced with the marks, right?
Not only, no, it doesn't actually override the variable, Naina. It overrides the
Override the whole data set.
Whole data set, it will replace. So it doesn't matter what variables you had earlier. Maybe you had 10 variables earlier, but now I'm having only 3 variables. So that 10 variables data set is totally overwritten with 3 variables data set. Even same concept in the data step.
So if we want to retain the old one and the new, then we have to create a new data set.
Two different data sets, different names. So since already class 1 is there, I don't want class 1, just give class 1 like here.
Okay. And if you want to add then like new variables, it is like how you do add a new variable, right? Set by doing the
we have that. Seeing that
assignment.
Yeah, we have that assignment statement there. How do we add a variable here? Yes, we'll be seeing next. Okay. So we still did not go into that. We'll be seeing. Any questions still here?
Swapna, please show me the last code output, please.
Class 2?
Yeah, class 1 and class 2. Those two.
So class 1 is now name, age, mark.
We had different data sets.
Two different data sets. The variables are also different. Name and age are same. I mean, name, age are same.
When you do the proc print, so how it will show?
Proc print, it will just show class 2 because that's the latest created data set. So if I write proc print run, it shows class 2, not class 1. Right? It shows class 2. Class 2 is this. John 12 male, Mary in female. Okay. So proc print always when you don't mention the data set name. If I mention the data set name, I'll see whatever data set I want to see in the output window. If when I don't mention the data set name, whatever data set is successfully created. Okay. there can be an error with some data step. It doesn't stop because of that error. It shows the latest successfully created data set. Okay. Sorry?
No, Meera left. I was just wondering what happened.
Oh. Yeah, I saw Meera leaving. Maybe I thought she joined again. Okay. Maybe because of children. Just give me a moment. I'm checking something. Okay. Now, how do we have seen how can we insert rows? How can we create a blank data set, then insert rows into the table in Proc SQL? Now, how do I alter a table in Proc SQL? Is what we'll be seeing now. How do I alter a table? Alter in the sense modify, right? So I don't want to start from the beginning. I just want to modify. So how can I do that? Mira arrived.
I had an internet problem, so it logged me out. Yeah.
Okay. So do you want anything to be repeated or is it okay?
No, I'll go through it. Swapna. It's okay.
Okay. So we just discussed how can I write two create tables and two different inserts. So I wrote two create tables for two different data sets and two inserts for those data sets. That's the only thing. Okay. So I can create multiple tables in the same Proc SQL step by using multiple create table. That's the only thing. Okay. Now, how can I alter a table in Proc SQL? So let's say test data set is created already with the data step, data lines, input statement and all. So I have test data set. Do I have test properly created? Yes. Name, gender, age. Only these three variables and 7 observations. Now I want to update table test using set conditions. So how can I do that? So we have seen set even here in the insert into table, set name is equal to. So we have seen one set here. So even here, I want to use the set conditions and I want to update the table. In the sense, the requirement here is, so if you see the gender values are 1, 2, isn't it? So for 1, 2, I want to be written as male, female. Do you remember what we did to do that in the data set?
So this is like changing of numeric to character, right?
No, changing to numeric to character. Gender is already a character variable. So instead of, in place of 1, 2, I'm not talking about the type of the variable, Naina. So instead of 1,
No,
2.
I'm talking about the function, like changing from character to numeric or numeric to character.
No. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm saying in the place of 1, I know gender 1 is male, gender 2 is female. So wherever I see 1, I want male to be written. Wherever I see 2, I want SAS to write female there. So we have
format, right, Swapna?
Exactly. We use proc format, right? So we use proc format. We can also do this with an if condition. I can write if gender is equal to 1, then gender is equal to male. Else if gender is equal to 2, gender is equal to female. I can write even that way. But format is a better way to write because just create the format once and we can apply it multiple times. But if it's an if condition, I have to copy paste that if condition everywhere, right? So yes, that's format. So I can also apply format even in the Proc SQL step, even that is allowed. But other than format, what can I do to update the values? So 1 to male, 2 to female. For that, we have update statement in Proc SQL. What is this? So it says update table. So whatever is the table, you have to give the name of the table. Set variable is equal to, and so if the variable is only gender here, but there are two conditions. If it is 1, I want male or female, whatever it is. If it is 2, I want female. So set variable is equal to, then we write something called case statements. Case when condition 1, then value. Okay. Else, so as we have else in if statement, see, it's something like writing an if statement. Okay. But the if statement, basically any if statement is not allowed in proc procedures. As said, right? Where statement is allowed, but in where I can't add multiple conditions. You remember we have discussed with the differences between if and where. So we have seen with if I can write then else, if then do, but where no, where only one statement I can write. But how do I do that in Proc SQL? Because only where is allowed in Proc SQL, not if. So instead of if, we go to this update table, set variable is equal to case when condition 1, then value, else value 2. So something like this. I'm just writing it like if, so you can just take this as if condition 1, then value, else value 2. So something we write similarly like that, right? Same thing. And case always as like a do loop. It's not a do loop, sorry. It's not a loop, but as a do, it always has an end. Okay, so you can't write case without an end, it's not allowed. So if at all I want to write in Proc SQL, this is how I write. Otherwise, I don't want to do all this. I don't want to struggle with all this. Create a format, and I can also apply format in Proc SQL. Even that is also allowed. That's another way. But I also want to discuss about update statement. So now I will say Proc SQL update test. Okay, test is the data set we have here, right? Update test set. What is the variable now which I want to change?
1, 2 is gender, right?
Gender.
Variable is gender. Set gender is equal to. Now I write case. Case when. What is when? What is the condition? When gender is equal to 1. Then value. What is value? Male. Else female. That's it. End that with an end statement. For this case should end with end statement. It's just like an if then else statement. Okay, quick. So I'm updating. I already created data set test. So it's just 1 to 7 records. I can write if condition or whatever, but I want to write in Proc SQL. So if at all I have to do it manually, I can't do it. I just want to write if condition. Since if statement is not allowed, I have to go with this update table and case statement. Okay. So when I do this, 7 rows were updated in work.test. Let's go to test now. Do you see this? I don't see 1, 2. I see male, female. Okay. Can I update only one variable? Nothing like that. So even in data step, I can write multiple ifs, right? In the similar way, I want to update another variable, which is age. Okay. I want to set when age is 10, I want to make it 9. Otherwise, I just want to leave the age as age. So I got an information. Age 10 is wrongly entered. Wherever age is 10, make it 9. But other ages, you can just leave it like that. Okay, so that is the requirement. So again, I'll say update test, set age is equal to, variable is equal to, then case, when age is equal to 10, it's a numeric value, so I just write 10, then 9, else, I don't want to disturb, just write age, else age. So which means whatever was the age value, just keep it like that. That's what I mean by else age. I can write like this. Okay, because again because I have multiple values, I have 11, I have 12, I have 13. So again, I can't write case when age equal to 11, then 11. When it is 12, again 12. So I don't want to do that. Just say else age, which means it will just keep the original values and it doesn't disturb them. So now I'm updating 2 variables. Again, 7 rows are updated, but 2 variables are updated, right? So here 7 rows are updated. Again, on top of those 7 rows, again, it's now updating for next variable age. So wherever it is 9, 10, it has become 9. Otherwise, it has just kept the age values just like that. Okay, so this is like applying an if-then condition and updating multiple variables in the dataset which is already existing.
Swapna, if we had declared the gender value as numeric, that 1, 2, right? If we have declared the gender value as numeric, instead of character,
then what you said is right. First of all, I have to convert. Let's try. Even I did not see the scenario. So you're saying gender is numeric with 1, 2. Let's see if I don't think it will accept because I'm passing a character value to that. So I'll just write gender is equal to 1 without quotes, then male. But basically in proc format, I can do this, yes. But this is like an if statement. Let's update. Yeah, exactly. So gender and numeric column can only be updated with a numeric expression. So for that, what I should do, Naina, first convert gender to, as you were saying, which is a numeric variable, convert
it to a character
function, put function, then in SQL you can do like this. Right. So in that case, yeah, I have to, that's the only way. I can't do it.
What Naina asked you regarding
So what Naina is asking is, because gender is having values as 1, 2, right? So what Naina is asking is, so what if gender is a numeric variable like this? Earlier I declared this as character variable. So this is working perfectly. Gender is equal to 1, then male. Male is also character value. 1 is also a character value. Basically, gender is a character variable. But what if gender is becoming a numeric variable? I can't update that to male, female because gender is a numeric variable and I can't pass a character value. So I'm seeing the error. Gender, a numeric column, can only be updated with a numeric expression.
Yeah.
So in this case, what I should do is, before this, what I have to do is data test1 set test create gen is equal to put of numeric to character, put on the right to character, gender, comma, which is just 1 dot, let's say 6 dot, because I'm passing male female. Okay, now I'm converting gen to a character variable. Let's look at this one, test one. Gen should be a character value, yeah, character variable. Now instead of gender here, what I should use gen, right? Now it works fine. So system stopped, variable gen is not on file out of test.
Because we converted to gender, right? Again, down you have to make it as gen. Case when gen equal to.
Gen, also this table name is different now, test one. Right? Gen equal to 1, yeah. Yeah, now it's updated. Okay. Gen is male, female. Gender is also there. If I want, I can drop gender. And why everything is female? Was it all female? What happened? Did I do any other mistake? What happened? In test one, it has 1, 2, but why everything is writing as female? This is wrong. And update test one said gen is equal to, case when gen equal to 1, then male. Does it have any blanks? Gen, when it is creating gen. Let me just set this as 1 dot. I just don't want to. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I should close this. Function F3. Test 1. It's 1, 2. Actually, I think there was a space before 1. Okay. So I think that was the problem. Now I'll set some length for gen because later I'm assigning a bigger value for gen, right? So I will say length gen $10 dot. Okay. Then I do this. I just want to give a bigger length, so I gave in the put I gave 6 dot. So what it was doing, it was giving 5 spaces before and then it was giving 1 value. That's the reason I think. I'll show you what was the problem again. Don't worry. So test 1. Yes. Okay, let me tell you what I did. The issue was here. What I did, instead of using a length statement, I should have done this without doing this. I said put gender 6 dot. I gave more width here. So what happened when it was creating gen, it was adding 1, it was converting this to character, but do you see this? It's not actually 1. There are more spaces before 1 and 2 values. Right? So what happened? What is the case condition I wrote? Case when gen is equal to 1, then male. But 1 is never satisfied because there are lots of spaces before 1. So it automatically went to else. So that's why every record was becoming female. Okay, so that's the reason when I actually close this, because of this extra spaces it was creating, see that it creates a lot of issue. That's the problem. So if I see now, do you see this? Everything becomes female because by default this gen equal to 1, it's never satisfying because there are more spaces before 1. It's low, so many blank spaces, then 1 is coming in the data set. So this will never satisfy. This case will never satisfy, but else, so it goes to else. So in else, it can be anything, right? It can have spaces, it can have 0, it can have anything. It can also have a blank value. Then it goes to else. It's making everything to female. That was the issue. So what I did is, because it is just one value, here I said put gender, I just use the format as 1 dot, but here I give more length for that variable because I want to accommodate male, female here. Okay, so that's why. Later I gave the length statement and here I just gave 1. Understood the issue? Nana?
Yeah.
So I just going with the length statement is always safe. Okay. 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 Now we have seen where statements. So I think in where statements I did not cover this one. Just want to add. So here, let's say I voluntarily add some missing values. Okay. Yeah. So I repeat the same Proc SQL step again. We'll wait. I'll write here similar to if then statement in data step. Okay, so this is case condition. Case statements is nothing but similar to if then statement in data step. Okay, so I have this data set, but here I have some of the missing values also. Let's say I copy this record, but with some missing values of age. And then I write it's not Mary, it is something Dan. And this is Tom, and age is again missing here. Now age is having value, but here it is missing. Okay, and in this also.
Can you keep one last what was the mark value nil
For this one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, marks, right? Yes, I can make it. Now, for this, again, there was an age missing. Also, as you said, the gender missing in some of the records. Okay, so like this, I have data sets. So system stopped. Insert into cluster values. Okay, I did not end this with semicolon. This insert is over here, right? I did not have a semicolon. Okay, 5 rows, 4 rows. So class 1 will have these ones. Class 2, yeah, some of the values I missed. Okay, now I just want to write a where statement. So whenever I see any record where age is missing, I want to see those records. So I don't want to create any table, I just want to see them. So I just write select statement, select star from class 1, where I can use this. I think I did not use this till now. So I'm just writing this where age is missing. So I can write where age equal to dot. Yes, that's also allowed. But I just want to write where age is missing. This is also similar to the statement where I write where age equal to dot. Okay. So I know age is a numeric variable. I can write age equal to dot, but instead of that, I can also write where age is missing. So it should display those records where age is missing. So for Mary and Dan, is it missing? In the class 1? Yes. Mary, Dan, it's missing. Now, instead of this, I will also say select star from class 1 where what is in the next variable? Marks. Marks is missing. I can write in small or caps, anything is okay. So I'm writing two select statements. Marks is missing here. So let me refresh this page. Run this again. So this is for marks missing. This is for age missing. Only two outputs. Okay. No, so I want one more. Select star from class 2 where gender is missing. Even for this character variable also I can write the same thing. Is missing. So it works for both. So if I want to write for numeric variable, if I want to use dot and character variable blank, I should write where gender is equal to dot, where gender equal to blank. Or for this numeric variable, I should say where age equal to dot, right? But is missing is common for character variable or numeric variable. It will just show the missing records. So let me refresh the page, output page again. Okay. So gender is missing here, marks is missing here, age is missing here. So is missing is the keyword that I can use when I'm checking for the missing values for any particular variable. It can be numeric or it can be character, anything. Okay. Any questions?
No.
So, please show me the class 2 output, please.
Class 2 last output is, this is the class 2 output where gender is missing.
No.
Yeah, it's gender, right? Yeah, gender is missing.
Giving the select statement, so how it will show?
Sorry?
If you are not giving the select star from class 2 where gender is missing, so it will show all the data.
Yeah, if you just say select star from class 2, if you don't write this, then it shows the entire class 2 data set. Okay. For about 2, it is showing only when it is missing. But for the last select statement, it shows the entire data set, all the variables and all the records. Yes, I just want to show how we have to write for missing is missing. That's why they are doing this. Okay. Yeah. We have out obvious option in Proc SQL to display only limited number of records. You remember we had, okay, can you tell me in the data step, I want to show from starting from 10th record till the last record. What can I give?
OBS equal to 10.
OBS equal to 10. That's for first 10 records. But I want to start with 1. I want to end with 10. I give first OBS.
First OBS is equal to 10.
Yeah, first OBS is 1, then OBS is 10. Two options. I have to start from first and have to end at, yeah, whatever you said, OBS equal to 10 does the same thing. But I want to start at 13th record and I want to show till 39 record. Then I have to give both options, first OBS, right? So first OBS is equal to 13, OBS is equal to 39. So that is there, that is what we have used in the set statement. But here we don't have option for first OBS, but at least for set of records. I just want to display 10 records, 20 records. So we have as OBS, we have something called out OBS here. So here, Proc SQL out OBS is equal to 10. Select star from SAS help.class. Okay. So I just want to display 10 observations. So I'm just using this option out OBS. So starting with Alfred, it shows only till John. It shows only 10 records. Okay, but I don't have this first OBS here. I just have OBS equal to. So OBS will display. If I write 10, it displays 10 records, 20 records, so like that. Okay. So let's go to this. So here comes Nana adding new variables into the data set. Okay. So we know that were using assignment statements. We use set and then we use assignment statements in data steps. How do you add a new variable? Adding a new variable using Proc SQL. Okay. Okay. So again, we go with alter table and we use add variable list. So like this, because we want to add a variable now. If it is just adding the values, we use set. But here it's the variable I want to add. I already have supervisor ID, state, job category. Okay, I have data like this. I see multiple spaces. I don't know how it will be great, but let's see the data set. Okay, so 1417 NJ, NA. Yeah, it's okay. So that data is fine. Now I want to add a new variable called city. Adding new variable city into test dataset. Okay, so proc SQL quit in between. I write alter table name, same thing, alter table name, add variable. What is the variable? I want to add variable city and it's char. So add city char. Okay. I think if I want to add one more variable, I have to add one more add. I can't add here for sure. Let's just say city is over. Maybe pin code. Pin code num. I'm just seeing. Otherwise, I will have to add one more add. So yeah. So one add is for only one variable. I should add one more variable here. So I should say, as we had values, right? I was repeating value statement for each and every record. Similar thing, add statement we have to repeat for every variable. So add pin code num. Test has been modified with 5 columns. So if I see this test data set, yeah, obviously everything until and unless I don't initialize the values, it's all missing for CT and pin code because those are the new variables, right? So I added the new variables here. Then what I can do, I can just insert values. How can I insert values? Same thing. We use this insert into values, right? Or yeah, so I can go with this insert or this insert. Okay. Now I have to add, let me add it like this. Sorry, it's insert for fresh rows, not insert. We have to again go with seek update only. Update table, set variable is equal to value. Okay. To add values, 2 new columns. Okay, so how do I write it? Proc SQL with in between I write update table. Table is same. Update table test. I will say set state. For example, I want to change state also. Okay. If I don't want to change, it's okay. If I want to change the state value, okay, let's leave about state. I don't want to confuse. First, I'll write set city is equal to. I added first variable is city, and pin code is the next variable I added. Set city is equal to this, comma. pin code is equal to maybe 85027. Okay, where I should write for each of the records, right? Because it doesn't know to which record it has to add it. So I should write where supervisor underscore ID, because for that city, for that pin code, I want to add only to this particular person because he belongs to that. So no escape, I have to write, insert, update the table for each and every record with this supervisor. So I mean with some variable as the key, because this person has ID this and he is belonging to this state. Correspondingly, I added the city, and for that person and for that city, we should add the, so for that supervisor ID only, I should add the city and pin code. So I should update it like this. Okay. Now, I know this is tough, so we have another method. I can update one table with another table. We can do that also. So I can also say I want to modify two records. I will say update table test set city is equal to XX, pin code is equal to, and where again supervisor ID is equal to some other number. So for each of the records, I have to write the where condition, and I have to write 1417. So for 1417 and 1118, it will add the city and the pin code values, but not for others. Update, sorry, update, not update table, update test. Pin code can only be updated with numeric expression. So I added pin code as numeric, yeah. So why did I give codes? I should not give codes here. City I should give in codes, but not the pin code because it's a numeric variable. So it updated 2 rows in total. So for city XX and city CA, I have the pin codes also. Okay. So I know this is very tough. For each and every record, I have to keep on adding the conditions and then I have to update. But instead of this, we will be seeing tomorrow how I can updating one table using another table. I can also do this. So what I can do, create one table with some variables and another table with other variables, and only if some values matches, I just want to add this variable to that data set, and this value should be updated. So yes, I can do that also. We can use one table to update another table. Okay, so with this, we'll be done with this one. Now I'll go with SQL joins. So all the joins which we have seen, left join, right join, inner join, and what was that? Inner join, left join, full join. All those joins in SQL also. How can we do that? So we are using merge statement and we are doing the left, right, and down. But if it is in the Proc SQL, how do we do it? So we'll be seeing that after this updating this one. Then we'll be seeing the SQL joins. Okay. Any questions?
No.
Okay then. Yeah. So let's close for today. We'll meet tomorrow. She might be joining them. Okay, so we have data set test2. So yesterday we have seen this, right? So I have created new variables like this using an alter table statement. Alter table, a table name, add variable. So we have, hi Deepti.
Hi, Swapna.
Hello. Yeah. So updating a table using, you first adding just a column for the variable. Again, we use the same alter table statement, and we add the variables. So it is city, which is a character variable, pin code, a numeric variable. But yes, we have added the columns, but how can we add data to it? Again, I have to use this update test update table statement, and then we have to set the individual values for the variables, and for every record we have to insert the values like this. So this is not a good practice, because if I have lots of records, how do I actually map them, and how do I map the values for those new variables? So for that, we also have a technique. We have another table. Using that table, I would want to update values or records or variables for the another table. So for that, I have this data set test2, where I have ID number, last name, first name, city, state, and phone numbers. Okay, so test2 data set is present. Now what I'll do, I want to update this test2. Okay, so I want to update this test2 data set only, and I want to take this test as the base for that. So I'll have this test data set also run. So the requirement now will be, whenever the supervisor ID in this data set matches with this ID num of this table. Okay, so I have test2 data set, I have test data set. If the supervisor ID there matches with the ID number of this data set, I want to update, or I want to update certain variables. So I want to update the variable state here. So I have the state like this: Stanford, Bridgeport, New York, and all. So, but I would want to update the state variables from here whenever it matches with this supervisor IDs and the ID num there. So there should be some matching, otherwise I can't really update anything, right? So whenever it matches, I want to update those states at for this variable. So it may not be Stanford when it matches, 1106 matches with the supervisor ID there. Now let's see for what are the matching values. So let me put this test data set also below that only, so that it's easy for us to analyze. Okay. So now, what is matching? 1417. Do I have 1417 here? I don't have. Next, 1352. Do I have 1352? No. 1106? Yes. 1106 has the state value as Stanford. No, it is city, sorry. The city is Stanford. The state is city. So in the place of city, since it's matching with this one, I want to get, oh, it's a city here also. Okay, it gets the same value. Then how about 1442? 1442 is not there. 1118. Yeah. So do you see a change for 1118? For 1118, it's NY here, but it's also NY. Then what is that? I can see the difference. So I would want to change the state values here whenever it is matching. I don't want to get the same. Yeah. So what I'll do is, for 1106, I will change it as CP. Okay. What is another value? 1118. 1118 is NY. It's also NY here. So I make it as NJ, and I'll leave other records. Okay. So how do I update? If it's matching, how do I update this variable to that variable? So I will write Proc SQL, and again we have to go with the update statement. Update. What table I want to update? I want to update this table. So the destination table is this, or the output table is this. This is the table that will be affected. So update table, give the table name, set state is equal to, okay. So now how do I want to update the state? It's just not the values. I can't just pass the values now. I have to write one more select statement. So what I should say, select state from test is the data input data set with the condition. What is the condition? Where test2 dot, so the test2, right? So this is the test2. So I have to refer the ID num in this data set. So how do I refer? Because I have the ID num in this data set, I have supervisor ID in this. It's not same. So I can't just write ID num equal to ID num. I can't write that. Both are different variables. This ID num belongs to test2, and this supervisor ID belongs to test data set. So I should also refer the table names. So even that we'll be doing even in the joins. test2 dot id underscore num is equal to test dot supervisor ID. Only when the ID num and supervisor ID matches, I would want to update. And this is very commonly used even in the real time. So I want to update some of the variables and only some of the records based on certain value from the other data set. So this is the most common thing we'll do. Update, give the output data set name, set whatever variable you want to change, give that in set statement is equal to, again we have to write a select query. So select state from test with a condition where this ID num matches with the supervisor ID of test. ID num of test2 matches with the supervisor ID of test. So I should run test also, I think. Will not have this. So 10 rows were updated. It says 10 rows are updated, but ultimately only whenever it matches, the value will change. Okay, now if I look at test2, what is the affected data set now? It is test2. If I open test2, do you see this? For 1106, it has become CP, right? And for 1118, it is NJ. For 1126, it is NY. For 1882, it is NY. So whenever it matters, it is updating the state values, but otherwise it is just keeping the others blank because it's not matching. So that where condition is not meeting, so what will it do? It will update the state of, it will just keep the state as blank because the values are not matching. Okay. Any questions?
So test will be the base data set, right?
Base is test2. Okay, input. Input, right? You're asking?
Yeah, input from where we are going to like.
Yes.
Okay, and test2 is the final data set which will be updated.
Exactly, right.
So when we say update, right, only those variables or those values will get updated.
Yes, only the state variable values. Only on
others will remain the same.
Yes, others will remain the same. Others should remain the same, but those should not change. But only those, that variable only should be updated. And since, why do we see blank nano? Because it's not matching.
We don't have we don't have any ID variable which is matching, right?
Exactly. So if it is matching,
so did this create a new variable state or?
State is already there. State is already there. We already had state here also. See, do you see this? We have state here, state here. If the variable is not existing, I can first create the variable using this alter table statement. Okay. So for example, in test2, let's say for example, I don't have state variable at all. I don't have.
No, just 1 second. Like what about the other variables? Though they are there, it's in blank, right?
Which ones?
In the last updated like state variable, only the ones which got updated will be printed. The rest will not be printed at all.
Yes, you're right. The rest will not be printed at all because ID numbers are not matching. So they no. Sorry, those will be printed. Do you see all the ID numbers? Those will be printed.
Yeah.
Thing is, the state values will be left blank for those because it's not matching. So I get all the records. All the variables from test2. So what are the variables I have in test2? I have ID num. So all the variables of test2 will come, right? From test, it will not get any variable because I'm not telling it to add any variable from test. What I'm telling is I'm just asking state of this data set should be updated with state of that data set when the condition is matching or when the condition is satisfied. So what are the variables? It keeps all these variables: ID num, last name, first name, city, state, and phone. So it keeps all the variables. The only variable that will be updated is state. And you see all the records. So I have 10 observations here. So is it 10 here?
No. The question, sorry, Swapna, the question what I asked was like, suppose for 1430, the first name, I think Sandra, right? The state is like
Sandra.
blank. But
Yes.
though in the other data set, you have something in the state, right?
Yeah, right.
So that will not be printed.
That will not be printed. Yes, that will be left blank because it did not meet the condition.
Okay. So what if those variables also we need to see them like in the updated data set then?
Then what you can do is
Okay, it comes with the update changes.
with the update, this is the problem.
Yeah,
with the update, this is the problem. So what we can do is we have the merges now. Joins. We'll be doing the joins. So you remember we also did the update statement in the data step. Remember, Naina? We had the similar. So we had the similar issue. Like it will overwrite the values even though I did not want to sometimes. Okay, so it updates the records. So that is the issue with updates. So that is the reason I don't want this to be updated. I just want them to be remained. So we have different types of joins. Left join, right join, those things. Yes, we can use them.
Okay. Because see, any data you don't want to see blank. You need the updated, but with the other details also, like the previous details. You don't want anything to go blank, right?
Yes. You're right. Yeah. So we have this one. Don't worry. We will be seeing the joins. So where whatever we have to do, we can just do everything, and it keeps all the records. It doesn't make them blank. Any questions before I move to joins?
So for this joins, instead of merging the two data sets, sometimes we have to use these joins.
Yes, so you can use a data step merge, Deepti. So we were doing this, right? Data set name, merge, we give first data set, second data set, right?
Yeah.
Then we do by variable. So we are merging there also. We are doing the same thing, but now we will be doing that point and merge using a proxy.
Okay, sometimes this depends upon the data.
Yeah, so let me tell you now. So I will say, let's say this is the one SQL joins. Now, we'll go to SQL joins. Before that, let me write this one. Data C merge A B. Okay, merge A and B by name or whatever, by any variable. Okay, so let's say A data set also should have variable name. Name is a common variable by which I'm merging, so which tells that name should be present in A and it should also be present in B data set. But in A data set, the data is present in sorted order of variable name. But in data set B, data is not present in sorted order. Okay, so if the data is not present in the sorted order and I try to do this, do you think it will agree? So, and I'll just say merge A, B by name, and if I run this data step, do you think it works without any error?
No,
You
because
need to
always
sort
by
the order,
variable
right?
need to be sorted first using
Exactly.
by.
Yeah, so both are correct. So what we should have done earlier is proc data is equal to B by name run. And since I know A is already sorted, I will not sort, but at least B I should sort, isn't it? So when I have to sort, maybe if it's a less number of very small data set, it's okay. But if the data set is maybe 1 million or 10 million or whatever, it will actually take time to sort the data set first. Okay, so when it has to sort, it has to process all the records, and it has to sort by this name variable for all the 10 million records, and it has to put it in the sorted order. So it takes time for this. Again, while merging, it will read again the data set A, it will read data set B, and again it will merge. So ideally, the time taken is more in merge compared to SQL, because without sorting, I can't really do a merge because I'm using the by statement. Okay, but I don't say that we will not get the merge. Yeah, we get the merge data set as per our requirement. We have left join, right join, full join, all these things even here. So we will get. But what about the processing time? It is more compared to the SQL. Why why not with SQL? Because no need of sorting in SQL. I don't have to sort a data set in SQL. I can, as we have been doing using this where statement, I can just use a where statement, or I can use an on. We'll be discussing that. We have two statements, where and on. We'll be using this for the variables which we have to match, and we will be joining. Okay, and when we are doing this, since we don't need the sort, there is no time wastage for sorting the data set. So it can be present in any sorted order. This will be present in any sorted order. Basically, it is not at all sorted. Still, it will internally sort. Basically, that's what happens. I don't have to mention it, which actually takes time. Internally, it sorts. I really do not know how it sorts, but it takes very less time, and I don't need a proc sort to be written, which takes considerable amount of time. Okay.
But the concept which you told about the update,
Yeah.
won't you lose the data when you are merging in like
We don't.
if there are variables,
No,
if
we
there
don't.
are like you use two common variables in two data sets, so then will you lose it or you still get it,
No, we'll
which
not lose
doesn't
it.
matter?
We'll not lose
Okay.
it because we have the concept of left join, right join. So what is left join? When it matches with the left data set, only then it will update the records. When it is not matching, it just leaves it like that. Okay. Basically, we will not lose the data. So we'll see that in the examples. Okay. And one more advantage with SQL joins is the common variable need not be present. I told about this in the beginning also. Common variable need not be present while merging. In the sense, here I'm writing by name, which means name should be present in A, name should be present in B. But here, did you see this? I have written test2.id num is equal to test.supervisor ID. Even in the update statement, it's the same thing. Even in SQL joins, it's the same thing. I don't really need the common variable. Just it picks this variable and it will see this variable and it will match this two. I don't need a common variable because we don't have a by statement at all here. So I can just write it in a where statement, and here the different variables are supported. Only thing is, if it's matching, it does the operation. Otherwise, it just keeps it like that. But at least it will not need the same variable, common variable. So since we don't need a common variable, we don't have to be worried to create a similar variable. What in case we have not created a similar variable, we have to go back to the data set, rename the variable and get it common so that I can use that in the merge. So I don't have to do, and renaming also takes a lot of time if it's a big data, right? So that time is also saved in Proc SQL jobs. Okay, let's see with examples.
So in the previous example, you were telling like if the variable was not there, we have to create one, right? So
Yeah, obviously that is there, right, Anna? So the variable itself is not there, like state.
yeah.
Okay. So first I should add the variable for sure. So here, yeah, in test2, let's imagine that state variable itself is not there. Okay. So first what I should do, I should use this alter table statement and create the variable first. And then update or join for whatever it is, I have to first create the variable. But what I'm saying is the common variable name need not be present. The variable name need not be same. So if it is stayed here, it need not be stayed there also. It can be something else that is allowed. And we have seen the same thing, right? This is ID num here. There it is, and test in test it is supervisor ID. The variable names are not.
We need to make them like common by writing that statement, like what you wrote, right?
Yeah. We just, I mean, what happens is when we use this where, what it does, it goes to ID num, sees the value, and if it matches with the supervisor ID, then it will do the join.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me put all this as a comment. I need to get, yeah. I have to first get the two tables, customer underscore house and customer vehicle. Okay, customer house is one data set. I have this number, maybe the customer number. It is A underscore NBO, house loan number, year, and house loan amount. And this is about the house information for that particular customer. And this is vehicle information. So this is the customer number again. And what is the vehicle loan number? What is the year in which he has taken the loan? And what is the vehicle loan amount? So two different data sets. And now what I want to do is I just want to join these two tables, joining, because I want to get both. So one is house loan and then other is vehicle loan, but I want to see both the loans in a single table. I don't want to see in two different tables. I don't want to go, and actually I don't want to see. So what I do is I will join customer house with customer vehicle. Vehicle data set to see the information in a single table. Okay, so this is what I want to achieve. So I'll just go with a join without mentioning any inner join, left join, and all. I'm still not going to that concept. So just a simple join where I write proc SQL select. Okay, so I can also create a table here. Yeah, let's create a table. So create table. So what is happening? If I just say select, what happens? It joins and displays me in the output window. So that is not what I want. I want to basically save that in a data set. So what I'll do is create table customer underscore house underscore vehicle. So I'm creating the data set which has both. So customer house vehicle as select. Okay, star. Okay, now what should I do? I have to get the variables from both the tables. From customer house, I need some variables. From customer vehicle, also, I need some variables. So I should say select star from if I want everything from customer underscore house, I just write select star from customer underscore house, comma customer underscore vehicle, where again I write a where condition where, as I said, I have to refer this variable on some variable. I have to merge, right? So it can't just do a one on one, because if I look at this one, it's 111010 customer, and I don't have 111010, which means that particular person doesn't have a vehicle loan at all. So this record should not get merged with this record. That is wrong. If I do a one-to-one join, if I don't mention anything, what happens? It just does one-to-one, which is actually not correct. So I should always join this 111023 with 111023 only here. And 110236, I don't have that as well. 110457? No. 110278? Yes, I have. So for this person, there is a house loan and also a vehicle loan, and also 110345. Yes, this person also has it. Right? How about 110456? This is not there. So only some customers or only few customers are having this the vehicle loan also and also the house loan. So I will write where I have to refer the table first, where customer underscore house dot always table name dot variable name. What is the variable name? A underscore N is equal to. Fortunately, the variable name is same here also. Customer underscore vehicle dot A underscore N. If it's a different variable also, it will work. I'll do that also in the next example. Okay. Now let's see. So what are the variables? I'm telling star from both the variables. So I did not mention the variable names. I just said star, which means all the variables from this data set and also all the variables from this data set it should get. Okay. There is no selection of a particular variable or specific variables here. I'm just saying star, which means all the variables from both the data sets. I will say print also because I'm creating a table here. Customer underscore vehicle dot data does not exist. It's okay. The data set name is, it has a spelling mistake basically. So let me run everything. It did not create customer vehicle at all. Okay. Now see the thing. So what is happening? So only when it is matching, I want to get the records, isn't it? I don't want to get the records for everything because those customers doesn't have. So 11023 customer does not have both house and then loan vehicle, and 110236 doesn't have. So what are the records that has? So 110278 and 110345. These customers only has both house loan and also the vehicle loan. So house loan number is this. So where is the house loan number? It is present in customer house. Then year, then house loan amount. So for that particular customer number, it gets house loan number, year, and house loan amount. And from this data set, A underscore number is the matching variable. So it comes by default. What are the other variables? Vehicle loan number, year, and vehicle loan amount. Okay. Vehicle loan number and vehicle loan amount. And year is common. Year is the same variable. So what will happen? Can you tell me? Will it keep the year variable from this data set or this data set in the final data set? A underscore number is
the latest data set it will take.
Yeah, exactly. So A underscore number is the variable on which I'm matching. So I don't have any problem with this variable. But what about the year variable? So the year variable will be 110278. It is 2006 here. It is 2007 here. So what's happening? 2007 I'll get for 2006. What is the latest data set? House, vehicle. Two 2006 here and 2007 there. So which is the first data set? So let's start from customer underscore house, comma customer underscore vehicle, where customer house number A number is matching with customer vehicle A number. Okay. So for 110278, it's here, it's here, there. It is keeping 2006. Okay. How about the other one? Okay. Okay, fine. So how did it get
both the year is same.
Yeah. So what happened here is, so first the set of variables is this one, right? So it has got all these variables from the first table, because the first table we mentioned is customer underscore house, and it has returned the values also for all these variables, at least for the matching records, not for all the records. For the matching records, it has written all the values, and when it has found year again here, it actually did not overwrite. It is just keeping the year from this data set. So but I basically this is wrong, right? So it is keeping only for the house loan year, but not the vehicle loan year. So what I will do is in the next uh, uh, Proc SQL, what I'll do is I will create two different variables. What I'll say is select star. Instead of saying select star here, I will mention the variable names. Okay, so what I'll do is, it's actually not safe to give a star, because when the variable name matches, at least one variable name matches, I will not get the proper data. So select, what I will do is, I first have to create the aliases. So create alias, and then only we can refer the variables, and then refer the variables. Okay, so what I should do to create alias, from customer underscore house as a, or without creating alias I can do. Okay, let me do without creating alias. So let me just say from customer underscore house as select. So when I have to go to the variables of customer underscore house, I will mention the dataset name along with the variable name. So I will say as select, what is the dataset? It's customer underscore house dot a underscore no, customer underscore house dot, what is the next variable? House loan number, comma, what is the next variable? Customer underscore house dot year. The next one is house loan amount, comma, customer underscore house dot house loan amount. This is the variable. So since there can be some overlapping variables, we have to mention the variable names like this, comma, and what are the variables from this customer vehicle data set? So this is the variables again. So a underscore number can be the a underscore number here as well. So I will just copy this and change the data set name. It's not customer underscore house now, it's customer underscore vehicle. Customer underscore vehicle dot a underscore no, comma, customer underscore vehicle dot vehicle loan number, comma, customer underscore vehicle dot year. So I will not write this as year. I will create an alias. I will say, not alias, sorry, I'll create a new variable here saying year underscore vehicle, because I want to differentiate this year and that year. I don't want that to be overwritten. So I will rename this year as year underscore vehicle in the create tables or select statement. Not, I don't want to rename here, but I will rename when I'm joining both the tables. This I'll rename as year underscore vehicle. And if I want, I will just say customer underscore house dot year as year underscore house, so that I know that year is for house and the another variable year is for vehicle. And what is the last variable? Customer underscore vehicle dot. It takes time, I agree. So this headache, at least we don't have in much. That's why, see, there, as I said, there are advantages and disadvantages. But when we have to look at time, when we have huge data, that is the time when we go to Proc SQL, because we explain writing each and every variable. But yes, it takes time to do this, but at least the processing time and the running time is very fast. That is the reason we have to go there. Okay, the last variable is vehicle loan amount. Now I will write from, so let me just create, delete. So from customer underscore house, comma customer underscore vehicle. So we have written create table as select. Select, what do we generally do? We give the variable names. But here it is, since it's coming from two different tables, I have to refer the table name dot variable name, table name dot variable name everywhere, and then mention from. Now it's two tables. So first table, comma second table with a where condition. Now let's see this. Do we see this now? I see year underscore house as 2006, 2007 and year underscore vehicle as 2007, 2007. Now I don't have the problem with the year values getting only from one table. Now I'm having from both the tables. Okay. And writing this customer underscore house underscore customer underscore house dot a number customer underscore house dot is little difficult. So what we can do is the similar one. How I can do is instead of this, I will say customer underscore house as A and customer underscore vehicle as B. I'm creating alias. So what I'll do is creating alias for dataset names or table names. So customer underscore house as A, customer underscore vehicle as B. Now it becomes very simple. All these variables are belonging to customer underscore house, right? So wherever I see customer underscore house, I write A because the alias for customer underscore house is A, and I just write A wherever I see customer underscore house dot. I just write A dot. Here also I write A dot, and wherever it's customer underscore vehicle, the alias is B. Do we remember? Even in merge we created alias. So when I have to do a left join, right join, full join, whatever, I'll create alias for first data set in equal to operator we use and create alias for first data set, second data set, and then we mention the condition. If A and B, if A, if B, if A or B, all that we mention. Remember? So wherever it's customer underscore vehicle, I just replace it with B. B dot vehicle loan number, B dot year, and B dot vehicle loan amount. Now it's easy to understand. It's better to read also than like whenever I write the table name completely, it's so confusing. I really do not know which one is the variable name and which is the table name. So here we can create the alias like this, and just wherever I'm using customer underscore house variable, just say A dot for all the variables, and whenever I'm using customer underscore vehicle variables, use B dot. And even here, I will say A dot A number is equal to B dot A underscore number. So this is how we generally do, because creating alias and referring the variables is more easier than referring the table names every time. Any questions?
No.
Okay. Able to understand? Naina, Dipti?
I'll have to go through it once again.
Okay. But it's a simple thing. Only thing is, writing this looks very the number of statements or more. It's not very crisp and short like the data step merge. Only thing is the number of statements are more. But again, I'm using a create table. Again, a select statement. Again, from and where. That's the only thing.
Show me one more time the output, please.
Yeah.
So you change that one.
Year variable, Dipti.
Yeah,
So
I
what
got
did I do? We have the year variable as common in both the tables.
Yeah, I got it from you. Year a house and yeah.
Yeah. So what happened is I renamed that year variable from house dataset as year underscore house, and year variable from vehicle dataset as year underscore vehicle. We have this as, right? So as proc SQL in select statement if I use. So if I say select gender as sex as gender, what is happening? Sex is renamed to gender. Same thing even here. here we are saying select A dot year as year underscore house, B dot year as year underscore vehicle. That's it. So just renaming the variables using this. So this is what you see. A dot year as year underscore house, B dot year as year underscore vehicle. Okay. We'll see how we can join.
So here you customer underscore house as a is for our easy purpose to write the
Exactly,
code.
creating alias. Yes, yes. And also creating alias is very important thing. I mean, it's better to do every time Dipti, because when we do this left join, right join and all, we need to create alias and then only we can do the joins. Okay.
So
So
for real time also.
yeah, it's better to have, again, see, writing the table name every time is cumbersome, right? I can't, I don't have to write it every time. So anyway, I want, so what if, okay, now let me tell you one thing. So here I'm getting all the variables, but so my requirement is I just want A underscore number, year, house loan amount from this data set, A underscore number, year, vehicle loan amount from this data set. So 3 variables from here and 3 variables from here. I don't want all the variables. Okay?
Yeah, now I remember some Sapna. So the main data set name won't be changed. It will change only where we are writing. So the main one what you created for the customer underscore house, it will be there only. But
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I
So
forgot that.
alias is only for this Proc SQL.
Yeah. Now I remember.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. That in the main data set is still the same. It is still customer underscore house and
Yeah.
it is customer underscore vehicle.
Yes, I forgot that point actually.
Oh, okay, no problem. Okay, now selecting specific variables from both the tables. Can you tell me the syntax? So selecting specific variables, like I want A underscore NO, year and house loan amount from house data set, and A underscore number, year and vehicle loan amount from vehicle data set. So can you tell me the select query and all? Again, I want to join only when it is matching. A numbers is matching. I want to get the table. Okay. So proc SQL. I want only 3 variables from here, 3 variables from there. What can I write? Create table. Yeah, as select. So first I will write from. Always customer underscore house as A, comma, customer underscore vehicle as B. First write the table names. Then you can select the variables. Okay, so what can I do now? As select. Yep. What are the variables?
You have to write all the 3 variables, A underscore number.
Yeah, A dot A underscore number, isn't it? A dot A underscore number, comma, A dot year. Can I keep it as year again here?
Yes.
No, because I want year from here, year from here. So finally it will keep only from one table, right? So, right.
Year underscore house.
Yeah, so take year, but rename it as year underscore house, comma, A dot house loan amount. Okay, I don't want to rename because it's present only in house, comma, B dot A underscore NO, comma, B dot year again as year underscore vehicle, comma, B dot vehicle loan amount. That's it. I select all the variables from this and this, where again I write where A dot A underscore NO is equal to B dot A underscore NO. Same thing, but I'm specifying and selecting only few variables. Is there any error? Could not be found. Vehicle loan amount, again the variable name may be wrong. Let me get it. Vehicle name is wrong. Okay. Again.
Spelling of vehicle is wrong. Will that?
Actually, vehicle spelling was wrong in the data set itself.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was wrong. So that's okay. But now it says A underscore number already exists in customer underscore house underscore vehicle. I referred it, right? A underscore NO. Okay, that's fine. It is just a warning. So what it is telling is, do you see this? We renamed year as year underscore vehicle, year underscore loan, but I did not rename A underscore NO. But I'm selecting A underscore NO from both the tables, right? So that is the reason it is giving this warning. Variable A underscore NO already exists in customer house vehicle. Customer house vehicle, yeah. So what it's telling is it's getting the A number already from the first table. Again, here also I said B underscore A and B dot A underscore NO. I give the same variable name, right? Since I'm anyways getting only the matching values of the A underscore NO, I can keep only in one. I can keep A dot A underscore NO or B dot A underscore NO, or I can rename it as A underscore NO underscore vehicle if at all I want. But anyway, I'm only getting the matching values. So both the values are same, right? I can rename this as this just to take out this warning. But if I'm okay with this one, this is not an error. This is not stopping from creating the data set. So what I can do is I can take out this totally because A underscore NO anyway I'm getting from A data set and both are same. So only matching I should get it. So I can either take it out to take out the warning or rename it. Both the things will work. So now I have taken it out. Now if I run, what's the problem? Yeah, it's created. Oh, now it's created. I did not print it. You understood what was the problem? Here also it's A underscore NO and in B dot A underscore NO I selected again. Since it's the same variable name, it just gave me a warning that the variable name already exists. Okay. If I want to get A underscore NO with different variable names, I can rename as well. So the same thing, I can also write like this. So I'll also select B dot A underscore NO. After A variables are over, here the B variables are starting. I will write B dot A underscore NO, but I will write as A underscore NO underscore vehicle. I'll just give a different variable name just to avoid the warning. That's it. So now I do this, I will not have any warning. Do you see any warning now? It creates properly without any warning. And if I see the data set, yeah. So I have A underscore NO and I have another A underscore NO underscore vehicle. Both are actually same. So I can keep only one A underscore NO. Any questions? Confusing?
Very confusing, Swapna.
Why, Mira?
Too many variables.
I don't want to listen to this after 3 examples. That's okay. You can tell me.
No. I think we have to just like when we see it, it looks like that. Maybe when we start writing ourselves, might find it easy.
So just that's what I'm saying. We are not doing anything different. Create table, as select, again selecting the variables. Only when selecting the variables, since we are getting from 2 tables, we create alias for the tables and mention those variables from specific tables. So house loan, year underscore house, a underscore number I want from first house data set, and a underscore number, year, and vehicle loan amount from vehicle table, from the second data set. So just mention the variables with this using these aliases. That's okay. Yeah. So you please go through it. I don't have any problem. You can come back with the questions also. We'll discuss in the next class as well. Okay.
Okay, Swapna. Yeah.
Yeah. So joining 3 tables. So now we are joined. So it's there is no limit. Okay. So I can join 1 or 2 or 3. Same thing even in merge. I can use multiple tables in the merge statement. So here we'll see how we can join three different tables. So let me get the tables for that. I don't want to write all this, so I'm just getting it. So these are the 3 different data set. Test 1, test 2, test 3. So what are the variables? Test 1 has ID num, last name, first name, city, state. Okay, this is a similar example which we have seen with the update, right? And H phone. And in the test 2, we have 3 variables, flight, date, and destination. And some number. This number may be the flight number or whatever. And test 3, we have supervisor ID, state, and job category. Okay. So if I look at the data, I know here it says number and these are the values. Here it is supervisor ID. These are the values. So num supervisor ID here matches with num with this. Num in this data set, isn't it? And if I look at this, similar values I have in ID num here. So the common variables are not the common variables. The variable names are not same, but with which I can match all these data sets looks like ID num here, the last variable, and supervisor ID here. Okay. So I just want to merge all these things and create one single table. So I'll run first test 1, test 2, test 3. So we'll see how we can join 3 tables. Till now 2 tables. Proc SQL, which in between you can write create table test 1 underscore 2 underscore 3. Okay. First write from always. From what is the data set? Test 1 as P. You can write any alias. Test 2, let it be short because I don't want the big alias again. I don't want to struggle with it. So test 2 as Q, test 3 as R. So just after this example, I'll close. Is that okay? Maybe another 2 to 3 minutes.
That's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So as select, so I will say from the first data set, test 1 as P, right? So from P, let's say I want ID number, last name, first name, and city. These 3 variables. Okay, let's say everything, state, phone number. Okay, so let me just copy the variables. I don't have to go up and down. I'll have the variables first. So this is P variables. Then what are the Q variables? Flight, date, destination number. I'm just copying the variable names. This is from Q. Supervisor ID, state, job category, R. Okay, now let's write the Proc SQL. As select P dot, I'll get ID underscore num. I don't have to rename because here it's ID underscore num, here it is num, here it's supervisor ID. So the variable names are different. P dot ID underscore num, comma, P dot L name, comma, P dot F name, comma, P dot city, comma, P dot state. I'll not select the phone number, comma. Now Q dot flight, Q dot destination.
Flight spelling is wrong.
Oh,
Flight.
Q dot num, comma. Now R dot supervisor ID, comma. R dot state, R dot job category. That's it. We are done with the variables, so I'll stop the comma. This is the list of the variables from test 1 as P, test 2 as Q, test 3 as R. Where, now what is the common, what are the variables? I don't have a common variable, but still I can mention different variables in the Proc SQL. I will say P dot ID num is equal to Q dot, what is the variable? Q dot num, I can get it from here. And I can give all the three variables with another equal to, and I will say this is for first and second. Now second and third, ultimately the variables are same, and Q dot num is equal to R dot supervisor ID, and it's an AND. Please note it's an AND. So only if everything is same, only then it will join. Otherwise it doesn't. So this is the condition. So P dot ID num should be equal to Q dot num, and Q dot num should be equal to R dot supervisor ID. And here I can also write Q dot num is equal to P dot ID num. This is also okay. Ultimately, this one should match in all the tables. So first, second, third. Yeah. I can also write like this. Any question?
Yeah, Swapna, can you not write PID underscore num and Q dot num and the other supervisor ID?
So you're saying that's, but you should match
Like,
an equal to sign, right?
no, this and this and this. That will that work? Like without
So
equal
you're saying
to?
this one? No.
I'm saying without equal to.
No. Where statement always requires the mathematical operators, right? When they're so we need the mathematical operators. Otherwise, it will not understand. It should be equal to, or it should be greater than, it should be less than. There are like multiple operators, right? So without any, it can't match.
Okay.
And Q dot num is equal to R dot I can mention, or I can also go back to first table. Only when all the things matches I should get. So here you can write in any, you can list out any variables. Okay. Any error? What happened? Flight could not be found. What happened? I got the variable names right. Test 2, test 1, test 2, test 3. Are those the data sets? Yes. Test 1, test 2, test 3. So it says column flight could not be found in the table correlation name Q. Why it cannot find in Q? Okay. Let me, because I think there was some data set test 2 open already, right? So I think it did not create test 2 at all because it's already open. So I'm first running this first. Okay. It was another test 2 data set was actually open. That's right. Okay. Variable state already exists. Yes. The same thing again here, right? State already exists and it keeps from the single table. I want from both the tables. Okay. So I have this feasibility where I can say p dot state as state underscore test 1. Okay, comma. So again, we'll have the same problem. because state is present in both the tables. Now let us look at the, okay, before I do this, let's see what state variables we'll have. We'll see. So state is present in test1 data set, and it's also present in test3 data set. So which one do you think it will keep for state? From test3. So basically, no, what it does is it keeps from not the last table, it keeps from the first table in Proc SQL. So what happens is I will see state values only from this table, test1 table. Okay. So if I see the data set, test1 underscore 2 underscore 3, let's go back to this and see that data set. Do you see this? States or CY and all NYs 1106, 1118, 1126, 1888. 1106, it is CT, and the 1118, it is NY, 1118, it is NY, yes, it's NY, and 1126 NY, 1882, it's NY, 1126 NY, okay, last one is 1882, 1882 is NY, but whereas in this data set, so what is there for 1106, 1106, it is PT, but I'm not getting PT, I'm getting CT, right? So this is from the first table. So it basically keeps from the first table. How about 1118? It is NY anyway here, it is matching. Okay, but generally it keeps from the first table. So I don't want this. What I want is I want state to be renamed as state underscore test1, and this state as state underscore test3. I want to change the variable names so that I can see the state values from both the data sets. Do we see this? Do we see a change now? For 1106, it is CT here and it is IE here. Is it IE for 1106? Yeah, okay, it's not PT. Second variable is state. So IE is the state. Now let's go to the records first. So what is that matching? 1106 is matching in all the three tables. That's why I got. So I got last name, first name, city. So let's go back to the first data set. So it's 1106. This is Marshburn, Jasper. So Marshburn is the last name. First name is Jasper. City is Stamford. Yes. And what is the state? State underscore test1, which is city. CT for 1106 in test1. And flight he has taken is 579. So 1106, where is 1106 record here? It is here. The last record is 1106. The flight is 579. Yes, flight is 579. Destination is RTU. Yeah, destination is RTU. And the next table 1106 is the common value I'm taken, and supervisor ID, yeah, num here. Num is 1106. Yes, I'm getting num 1106 from here, and from the next table supervisor ID should be also 1106. Yes, it is 1106. State here is IE. Job category is PT. So am I missing any variables? I'm not missing any variables. And also when there is a common variable in update statement, it was just updating with the missing values, because default update is, what does it do? It doesn't do the missing check and it will just update with the missing values. But am I getting updated with the missing values here? I can carry forward the state variables from this data set, that data set as well, when I have the variable as common. But with the update statement, I was seeing that as missing values because the numbers with which I'm using on the where statement, the variables with which I'm matching it's not the same. Okay. So when it is, I mean, when I'm joining with some common variable, so from the second table or the first table, it just puts the missing values. But here, when I look at this, I can carry forward the state from first data set and also from the last data set because the variables are matching. But in the middle data set, I don't even have state, so I don't get it. But I get the other variables. And common records, yes, these are the only matching records for ID num, supervisor ID, or num. So whatever it is, this is the common variables with which I have to merge, join three tables. So the only concept is whenever I want to join in merge, in data step merge or in the Proc SQL, there should be some common variable. So here, the common variable, when I say common variable, the variable names need not be same, but at least the data for them should be, at least some should be matching. So only when it is matching, I get the records. If it's not matching, I don't get the records. So here it is ID num in the first data set, num in the second data set, and supervisor ID in the third data set. Any questions?
No, Swapna.
Okay. Yeah, so please go through this. Tomorrow we'll go with all the types of joins. Not tomorrow, next Monday. Left join. Yes, yes, Deepti?
Oh, at what time, Sapna?
No, not tomorrow, not tomorrow. It will be on.
Okay, Sapna. I'm leaving, Sapna. My baby is crying.
Yeah. Sure. Yes. We are done. Okay then. So let's meet again. But by that time, please go through everything. We'll continue from here. We will go with the types of joins.
Okay, thank you, Swapna.
Okay. Bye. Bye, Naina. Yeah. Bye, Naina. So this one, we had the similar data sets again with this, but I'm just copy pasting the same data sets. So let me write the date. So it is November 11th, isn't it? Okay. So we have the customer house, customer vehicle, same data set. So I just don't want to go with the different data sets. At least we'll get used to the data set and it becomes easy to understand also. So when we have these two data sets, as we have seen as last class also, A underscore NO. So this should be the customer number in both the data sets. It is the same variable. It can be a different variable also. Still I can join in Proc SQL, which is not the case with merge. That's okay. But here anyways, the variable name is also same. And now what I do is, I just do a simple join by just I'm just recapping it. We did this already. So if I just want to do, can you give me the query? So I'll just say select star. I'm selecting all the variables, okay, from. So what should I write now? The table names, isn't it?
Customer
underscore house. So I want to create alias. I can say as a, okay, and comma customer underscore vehicle. So this is the data set name customer underscore vehicle as B, where, so it's simple join, right? Where customer, so I'll not say customer underscore house, I just say A, where A dot A underscore NO, capital letters or small letters, anything is fine. I created this as alias as A. So even if I write small letter A, it's still okay. Where A dot A, no, it's a condition, right?
Okay.
Where A dot A underscore NO is equal to B dot A underscore NO. Okay. So this is just a simple join. We have seen this already. So I'm not creating a table. I'm just saying select. So what it does, it will output in the output window. So for the common observations, because this for 110278, 110345, these are only the common values for customer number in both the data sets. Okay, this one, only these two customers has gone for house loan, also the vehicle loan. And again, we have seen how we can, if at all I want to rename this year as year and house, I can do it. This one year underscore vehicle, I can do it. Even if I want to rename the customer number, I can do it. Okay. So this is a simple join. Now let us see the inner join. What is inner join? So any idea? What
A
is
intersection B.
A intersection B? Yes, exactly. So whatever written now is the same thing, right? This is an inner join. I can do an inner join A intersection B like this in the sense wherever the customer number is matching, only those records I want. So customer number of customer vehicle and also the customer house matches, only those records I need, and it's an A intersection B, you're right. So the similar query I can also write like this.
Yeah, it will give the same result, right?
Same result, but only thing is I'm using the key inner join. Now I'll say select star from customer underscore house as A, same customer vehicle as B. I copy the same thing, but in between, without a comma, I will say inner join. Okay, I use the keyword inner join. By the moment I say inner join, SAS will understand that it has to get the similar values of, I mean, wherever it is matching. Okay, but still we have to write on and we should mention the common variable because the variable names may be different, right? Here both the data sets has a underscore no, but what if it is a different thing? For example, this is vehicle underscore no and this is house underscore no. I'm changing the variable names. So I should mention on which variable it has to do the inner join, right? Is that clear? So here it is house underscore no and here it's vehicle underscore no. So what I should do, here I can't write like this, I can change, I have to change here. Let's go to that later. Now I'm using the keyword inner join, but here I don't write where, I have to write on and say a dot house underscore no, that is a new variable now, is equal to b dot vehicle underscore no. Right? The variable names I should mention, otherwise it can't, even though I'm mentioning inner join on what variables it has to do the inner join, it can't do on all the variables. So we have to write with an on statement and then use the variables and just match the variables. Now, this also gives me the similar result. I'm sorry, I used run, I should say quit. Basically, run will not run the proc SQL step. I should write a quit. Okay, so let me refresh and run it again. So this also gives the same thing, A intersection B, inner join. But instead of just writing a where, here I'm just using the keyword inner join. It gives me
The variable has to be a unique variable in both.
unique in the sense no repetitions or
Yeah, I mean,
no,
it has
there can be repetitions also. Okay, so please complete your question, Mira.
here you change the name into a underscore number to house number and vehicle number,
Exactly.
right?
Yes.
So why did you do that?
I just want to tell you. You may ask me. So if I want to, here we wrote where, isn't it?
Yes.
So we wrote without using the keyword inner join. What I was telling you is this query and this query both will produce the same results. Okay.
So can we not write it as a dot a underscore no and b dot a underscore
No,
no?
no, no, no. I can write that also.
You can, right?
I can. So this one it can be sorry.
So just because we don't get confused, you change the names, is it?
Exactly. So I'm telling, even if the variable names are different, still what we just have to do in this on statement, I just have to mention the variable. So here I can keep this as a underscore and move. This also as a underscore and move. That is still allowed. I just changed so that we can write those variable names. Okay. So now I use the keyword inner join and I'm just joining on the same variables a underscore and move, a underscore and move. Okay, fine. So inner join just gives the common records on the by variable. Here I don't have the by variable, but we have this variables mentioned in this on statement. Right? Now, So if I want to do a left join, can you tell me what is left join? Yeah.
So when we are using comma, then we use where, and when we are using inner join, we use on, right?
On, exactly. So for inner join, left join, right join, we have the keywords, okay? When I want to do inner join, common records, I can use the keyword inner join, but we have to use on. Same thing, left join also with on, and right join keyword we can use again with on statement. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just explain that inner join, please. I missed that one.
Okay. Fine, not a problem. So inner join, what is inner join? It's basically A intersection B with D. So if you remember the Venn diagrams, okay, which we learned in the very childhood, okay. So A union B. What is A union B? So I draw two circles. I can't do it on the on this editor window or on the notepad. If I draw circles, A intersection B is the common area between two circles.
Yes.
Right? So this A inner join is also nothing but the common records. So I want to join both the tables. So I want to join customer house and customer vehicle, both the tables. But the criteria is I want to get only those customers who has opted for house loan as well as vehicle loan. So if I look at 110010, I don't see that number anywhere here. So this particular customer has opted only for house loan, but not vehicle loan. How about this one? On this customer also has opted only for house loan, but not vehicle loan, because I don't see this customer in vehicle loan data set. Isn't it? Customer vehicle data set. Again, 110278. Yes, I see the customer here also and here also. So I'm interested to get 110278 and also next record 110345, because I have this customer has gone for both the loans. Okay. So what does that mean? I want to get the common records by this number, customer number. A underscore number is nothing but the customer number. Okay. So whenever it is matching with the A underscore NO variable, I want to get only those records. So for that, I can do like this. I can just say select star from, mention the table names, create the alias, customer underscore house as A, customer underscore vehicle as B, where A.NO is equal to B.A underscore NO, which means whenever it matches, the customer A underscore number here with this data set matches with A underscore NO in this data set, then only give me those records. So this also does the inner join. Okay, but the Proc SQL has also provided another keyword called inner join, which I can use to join both the tables and get the common records. Again, I write the same query, but instead of writing a comma, I should mention the type of join. The type of join is inner join. So inner join, first table, create alias, inner join, second table, on, it's not where here, on, what is the variable on which I have to combine? There should be some key variable, right? So here A for NO is the key variable, on. So whatever I was writing in where, now I'll write it on A.NO is equal to B.A underscore NO. So even this one will also give me the common records 110278, 110345, because this is the only customer which is present in customer underscore house dataset, also customer underscore vehicle dataset. Okay, so I can do this using this where, or I can do this using the inner join. But coming to left join, right join, I can't do this with where. So for that, I have to use the keywords left join, right join. So that is the reason, even for common records, I use this inner join keyword. Now, what is left join? So if I take customer underscore house as left data set and this is right data set, if I say left join by this A underscore NO, can you tell me what records I am looking for?
The customer underscore house will come, right?
Customer underscore house, yeah, only A, right? Both.
Yeah, only, yeah.
Correct. Now, so is it only this one? When I say right left, all the records of A and also matching records of A with, isn't it? all the records of
Yeah,
age.
ultimately all the variable, like all the data of a customer under household will come, right?
Exactly. So, but
Even
here
though it is present, some may be
0278 has,
present in the other data set, but
yeah,
or
yeah,
everything of the left will come, right?
left will come. So for this 110278, it will give the vehicle information also. Do you agree? For 110278.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. Yeah, you're right. So again, 111345, I'll get this one also. So now let's, if I write a left join instead of inner join, copy everything. Only thing that you have to do is left join instead of inner join. You just have to say left join. Same thing. Everything else will remain same. So when I do this, do we see this one? So all the records of left. Now let's go record by record. So 111010 LH023 2006, and this is the amount. Yes, 110010 LH023 2006 and the amount. And this particular customer is not there in the vehicle. So all the rest of variables will be dots or blanks based on it's a character variable or a numeric variable. So I'm joining both the tables. Horizontally, it will combine all the variables. But when will it get the values? It will first, I'm saying left join, so it gets all the records of left and matching records of left with right again. So this is another record which is belonging only to customer house but not customer vehicle. So even for this, it gets all the values for the first customer house variables but not for customer vehicle variables. So that is also fine because I'm doing a left join. Now how about 110278? When it comes to 110278, there is a matching record here also. So there is a matching record here also for 110278. Even here it gets from left, but it also gets from right because the customer number is matching. So for 110278 and 110345, I also see the values from the right table because this is matching with the left. If these records were not matching with left, again I'll see all blank values. But it is matching with left, so I'm saying again. How about these two records are over? Now last record 110346. I don't have 110346 anywhere here, so it's belonging only to left. So I get only for left, but not for right. So ideally, whenever I'm doing a left join, the same thing happened even with merge, if you remember. There I said if I create as alias as A for left data set and alias as B for right data set, I'll say if A. That also does the left join. It will get all the records of left and the matching records of right with the left. Any questions? No. So the priority is the left data set, not the right. Deepti, any questions? No. Okay. The same thing now I have to do. Left join is over. Left join Proc SQL. Same thing. I want to do a right join and Proc SQL. So just change the keyword. Writing here is very simple. You write the similar thing. Right join customer underscore vehicle as B on same thing. A underscore NO is equal to B underscore NO. Now, what is the main data set? It's not left, it is right. So it gets first these variables, okay? And but again, matching records are only 110278 and 110345. So with right, these two are matching, so it gets the records of this, but I get all the records of right plus matching records of right, of left with right. So why which one is left, which one is right, I can decide. Whatever is coming before this right join keyword, that is left data set, and what is coming after the right join keyword, that is a left data set. Now do we see this? So all the I wrote the left data set first, so I'm getting the left data set variables first, then the right data set variables. But Now the priority is the right data set, not the left. Only for matching records I get, but otherwise all the values, all the variable values. So similar thing, merge does the same thing, even Proc SQL does. So one thing is I don't need to sort the data sets first on this by common variable, and also if the variable numbers change, variable name changes. So as I said earlier, if this is house underscore NO and this is vehicle underscore NO, still I can do the same thing. So let me run these two data sets. The variable names are different, but still I can do the inner join, left join, right join, anything by just changing the variable names here. So this is house underscore NO, this is vehicle underscore NO. But if this will not be possible with merge, right? By I write the variable, I can write only one variable name. So I have to make the variable name common in both the data sets, sort the data sets, then merge. But all that is avoided here. If I do this one, do you see this? This is house underscore NO. This is vehicle underscore NO. I just changed the variable names. Now it's not a common variable. The variables are different, but still I'm able to get the same result. Any questions? Now, you remember if I just write a merge statement, merge A, B, run. So if I write like this, okay, let me tell you. I'll write the query, you tell me the answer. Data, I'm writing a data step merge, okay? Data final. If I write merge, what is the data set? Customer underscore house, customer underscore vehicle, by. Now it's a by, so I have to make the common variable name. Okay, so I'll just get the same data sets, but I'm using a merge. So what should I do? I should have the common variable name. I can't go with a different variable name. So this is A underscore NO, and this is also A underscore NO. Right? So I have to go with a similar variable, and is it in the sorted order? I don't think. Let's see that. Let me also sort. If I don't sort, let's see whether. Do you see this? Will it agree? Because I have not sorted the input data sets customer house, customer vehicle with the underscore NO. So what should I should have used this block sort before in merge. But can you tell me the number of records when I just use a merge by underscore NO? I'll sort it and then I'll merge again. But can you give me the number of records in the final data set after merge? What type of merge is this?
Maybe 9.
8, Swapna?
8, 9, or let me first count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Out of 11, 2 records are common. 9.
9.
Right? Okay, so I first have to sort. And now, yeah, you're saying 9, but how is it? Will it get all the records and all the variables?
Intersection of both, is it?
Intersection? No, I did not say
No.
A and B. I did not say anything, right?
Yeah.
No, the ones which are common, they will be, I think, overwritten.
Common ones will be
Yeah,
overwritten.
that's the
Which
two
variable
one.
will you-
110278 and 345.
Okay, let me first write the variable names. A underscore NO. What's the next variable that comes here? This
House loan.
year, house loan amount, isn't it? Next.
Yeah.
Next data set is customer vehicle. So A underscore NO has come already. It doesn't come again, right?
Yeah, vehicle loan.
Vehicle loan number.
Year.
So
So
year is
we have to
already
rename
there.
it, right? Otherwise it will be
Yeah, I did
overwritten.
not rename. So what happens? The customer vehicle will overwrite customer house, isn't it?
Yeah.
have it like that. It's okay. The last is vehicle loan amount. Not the variables, right? Now I get this record. We get this record?
Yes.
We get this record and
Others will go blank.
yeah, the other variables will not be either dot or blank, right?
Other one, the second one also you'll get as it is.
Same thing, yeah. The next one,
110278. I think that will be overwritten with the second one, the vehicle one,
yeah,
I guess.
yeah, but not for all the variables. Vehicle loan number
Yeah,
is
only for
this.
different. No, the one I think no, you didn't write year, right? So that should be fine.
Yeah, year exactly. Year is what for year? 2007. So this is 2007. Yeah, you're right. Then vehicle loan number. Vehicle loan number is this one, LV045. Sorry, LV045. So vehicle loan number I get here
And amount.
and amount, vehicle loan amount. This is the vehicle loan amount. But here variable will be overwritten because it's a so similarly I get all the observed. So
Yeah, are the same and the one
in
which
every
is
record
common
from
again.
here, yeah, for only common variable, common records, it will have both the data sets variables information. But if when it is not common, it just gives at least wherever it belongs. So basically, I get 110345 also with values for this. 110345 2007 is the year. That's okay. What is the vehicle number? LV056. So I get LV056. What is the vehicle loan amount? LV056. It's 30,000. Isn't it? Next. What is the next record? 110346 from here. Again with blank values from there. But other than that, what are the other records we have which are not common? I get that also. Do you agree? Do we get the output like this or not? Any doubt?
Yeah.
Meera,
No, Swapna.
you're good, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to. So this is, I get all the records from both the data sets. Wherever it is matching, I get the other variables as well, information as well. But whenever it's not matching, they will be left blank. So sorry, I think I should have written this the other side, right? 110346, 110236 is present only in vehicle. So it moves like this, isn't it? 110457, it's the record only in vehicle. So it moves this way. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, 110326 is this, but only this one will move here, LV. And this one will move like this. And again this one, isn't it? So this is how my observations will be. Fine. So proc print. Deepthi, is it clear? I'm just writing a data. When I don't mention any condition, I'm just merging on A and score and go. I'm not concerned to do a left join, inner join, whatever it is. I just get all the records. So I just write like this. Okay. So is this the?
How do you come to know like whether we have to use Proc SQL or merge?
That's what. See, when the number of
It's
records
up to
are
us,
less,
right? It's
up to us. It's up to us, exactly. So whatever you are comfortable with, yes, please do that. But what I'm telling is when the number of records are so huge, Naina, like in millions of records you have in both the data sets, preferably Proc SQL is good. Okay, it's preferred that you use a Proc SQL because
You don't have to sort it and
sort.
no.
Yeah, variable names are different. I can still do the Proc SQL without renaming the variables. Okay, and no need of sorting. And when yeah, so these two advantages I have, and I get the result quicker in Proc SQL compared to merge. That's the only thing. But I have the similar joins here and there. But when it's dealing with more number of records, better go to Proc SQL. Less number of records, you can use merge.
Okay.
Now, the similar, till now we have seen the inner join, left join, right join, but we did not see this join, isn't it? Where it gets all the records from both the data sets. So that is actually called
Full join.
outer join. Full outer join or full join. I can also call this as full outer join or full join. Both the names are same. Both are actually same. So for that, I write the keyword full join. Full join means matching or not matching, I don't bother. Get me everything. So it's A and write the keyword as full join and where A dot A underscore no is equal to, because I changed the variable names here, that's why I'm using these variables. I can use the same variable also. Okay, because of this. Let me put everything in a comment. It doesn't have, okay. Okay, so what am I doing now? Full join. So I just want to get the same output as we have got in this merge with Proc SQL. Can I get? Yes, I can get. Okay. So if I look
So
at
what
this,
will happen? So 110278 will come twice, and
yeah,
Yeah, both records.
because I said star. I said star, right? Star means all the variables from this data set and all the variables from this data set. Star means everything. So it comes twice. It says A underscore and O here also and there also. But if I write the variables Naina, instead of writing star, I can say A dot A underscore NO, comma, A dot house loan number, comma, A dot year as year underscore house, something like that. And I don't get B underscore NO. Sorry, B dot A underscore NO I'll not write, because anyway I'm getting it A underscore NO I'm getting, and I'm merging on that only. And it's okay if I get once also. So instead of star, if you write each and specific variable, then yes, you get to see only those variables. But here I get, and if you see here, this is also here and this is also here. It doesn't overwrite here, that's a good thing. But I don't understand what is this year and that year. So what I have to do, I can rename this as year underscore house, this year as year underscore vehicle. I can rename them using the as keyword. Understood? Nano, any questions? Okay. So only for 1102783445, I have all the variables information, but for others, they are not common. So either I get only from customer house or I get only from customer vehicle. Right? So this is a full join. The same thing which I got using a merge, I'm getting using a Proc SQL.
so how many observations will it have? 11?
9. 11 or 10.
Okay.
Those two are common, right? 278, 345 are common. So
Okay, 9 again.
I get 9, yeah. So if I see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And also one more thing is, disadvantage we have is, it doesn't write how many observations are there in the node. So if I write a proc print, if I create a table and if I print it, then it may write, but otherwise it doesn't write how many observations it read, how many observations are there in the output. SQL doesn't write it. So what I can do is, I have to create a table and print the table.
Swapna, can you run the merge again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here is a common variable right now.
Yeah, that's what
it
I was
overrides
saying.
from the it overrides the second data set values.
Year and
underscore
number. Yeah.
Exactly, you're right. So what we should have done here while merging, I can rename this as rename is equal to, I can rename a underscore no as house underscore no if at all I want, or if a underscore no is fine because that's a common variable. About that, but other one is, what is the other one? Year. Year as year underscore house, and even here I rename year as year underscore vehicle. Then I'll get different variables, but otherwise it overrides because it's a common variable. But that same thing in Proc SQL, it's giving year same year it is giving twice. That is the advantage.
So instead of match one, so we can use this inner join.
Exactly, we can use, yeah.
And one more thing, actually in SQL, sometimes we will use the left outer join. I mean, only we want the left outer left side records, like a table A record. Okay, so in SQL, I will give it remember where we can do the table B is a null or like that. So we can do like this here also, or
I did not get your question. Can you please repeat?
no, you see, suppose if you are using the, for example, if you are using the left join, so in left join when we are doing that, so we will get all the records from the left table A and matching records from the table B.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes.
Suppose we don't want them from the table B records. Only we want the table A records only.
Okay. Okay. Even if it's matching, you don't want to get from B, right?
Yeah. So for that, I'm not sure, but I'm little bit remember we can give that table B is a null or something where table B is null in
Okay.
SQL. So
I
the same
don't see anything like that here, but I should maybe research it a little bit. I never saw that because what happens, the basic thing is with merge or with Proc SQL, merge statement in data step or Proc SQL, what it does is matching records it automatically does. But maybe as if I can write any condition for that, I have to see. I don't know that.
yeah, usually we can do like that in SQL actually, but I don't know here.
Oh, okay. I'll check that, Deepti.
No, but my question is like, if you don't want the right side data set, so you already have the left data set as it is, right? Why would you want to again merge and like put a condition that you don't want the other right side data set? You already have the left data set as it is, right?
But you will not know the variables of both. I want to know variables of both, and still.
Okay. You just want to keep it blank.
Yeah, that's the requirement. If I want from right, if I don't want from right, I want
need the name, variable names, not the values.
Yes. Yeah, I want the variable names, but not the values. That's a very weird requirement, I know, but just no, there can be scenarios. No, there can be such scenarios as well. They really make us make us mad, and we just have to research. There should be something, but I'll see for that. Okay, I don't work like that.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Cross join. Cross join, like it's like two observations in this, two observations in that. Like first observation with combined with all the observations of second observation of first will be combined with all observations. Like what to say if I have to. What is a cross? It's like all the permutation and combinations basically. Okay. So if that is, let's go with an example. I don't know how to say that orally, but cross join will be. So I know most of the times we will not need such an output, but just in case I want, so we have cross join here.
So A will have 20, 25, 30, 40, 45, 50. Like
yeah, exactly. So A will have A20. A20 will be merged with X40, Y45, Z50 once. Then A20, B25 with all of this. C30 with all of this. Again, same thing with X40 with all of this. So all the permutation and combinations. So if I have 3 here and 3 here, it will be 3 by 3, I think. Let me say it. No, 3 by but number. But yeah, if very rarely we do. But we also have such type of join. So that's the only thing I wanted to tell.
I think in summary or something we used something like that, right? No?
Summary.
One, two, three. We had like some numbers.
That
Not
is,
in some-
you're saying, like underscore freak underscore.
Yeah, underscore freak underscore.
That is like while summarizing, it will by on the by variables. If I mention two variables x and then age for each nation while summarizing. But this is not a summarize basically. While this is just a join. Do you see this? A20 getting all the records of XYZ. I mean A20 with all the records of second data set. Again, B25 with all the records of second. Yeah, C30 with all the records. Yeah, at least it stops here. It doesn't do the same thing with second. A with all the observations of B. A with second observation of A with all the observations of B. Third observation of A with all the observations of B. So this is a cross join. So if I have 3 here and 3 here, 3 by 3, 9. All the permutations and combinations. This is called a cross join.
So if you do vice versa, then test 2 and test 1.
Exactly. Now what happens? X40 with all of this, Y45 with all of this, Z50 with all of this. Yes, I can. If I change I put test 2 as T2 and test 1 as T1. Yeah, I'm mentioning yes. Whatever you said is right. It does the other way. Do you see this? X40 with all of A data set records, Y45 with all of A records, Z50 with all of A records.
Yeah,
This
like
is first.
1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3.
Yeah, right. So that is, we can achieve that using this cross join keyword. But anyway, this is very less. I think I never used cross join. I just learned it for learning purpose. I never had to get the output like this. But just in case we need, we can do this. Any questions? With all the types of joins, so all the joins which we have seen in Node, we can do it in Proc SQL as well. Isn't it? Any questions?
I saw something called natural join when you were copy pasting this.
Natural join. Okay. Natural join. Okay. Let's use that. Okay. So if I do this customer house, customer vehicle, I say select star from, what is that? Natural join you're saying? Okay, this is the one. Okay. Natural join. I don't remember the number of records. Let's see. I don't know what it is giving. Natural join 110345. Only this one. Why only 110345? I just have to see what it is. Just give me a moment. I can see this in the assignment documentation. Join operation, selecting data from mode plan. natural join. Natural inner join. Natural join. So what is this giving? Oil prod natural join is given or this one. Order by. I'll check on this, Mira. I don't remember what this natural join. What is the record? It is
Sure.
It's giving 110345. Only from vehicle, right? It's giving from vehicle. Customer underscore vehicle. I'll check and then give you. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. So we have certain functions like monotonic, and so we have also already used this calculated, isn't it? So can you tell me when we use this calculated keyword? We have done some examples with that.
Yeah, it is the sum of the, like, you get a calculation, a sum of something, and when you have to add the sum of like the calculated, then we use the keyword calculated.
So I'm creating a new variable using some function or some operation. Okay, new variable I'm creating which is not present in the input data sets already, and I want to use that same new
mathematical operations. Mathematical operations when you use.
Then we use the calculated keyword. Yeah, so we covered this already. And next one is the coalesce function, which we use mostly in monotonic is one function and coalesce is one more function which we use in Proc SQL. Okay, it's 11:30 for me here. Is that okay for 5 more minutes? It still takes time. It will not be over. Can we take it tomorrow, or can we finish it now?
We can take it tomorrow.
Okay. So we have these two functions which we have to discuss. So with this Proc SQL will be over. I'll also discuss the differences when we go for Proc SQL, when we go for merge and all. So with that, Proc SQL will be over. I'll move to macros. Macros is the next topic.
Okay. Okay, Swapna. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Okay. So we are left, natural join, right? So what is this natural join? Let me just run customer house, customer vehicle once. So, okay. So these two data sets are there. And what is this? Why I'm getting only one record here is, again, the natural join is also like an inner join, in the sense, even though I did not write any condition, right? Where I did not write where a underscore nvo dot customer house. Sorry, what is the variable here? A underscore nvo, yeah. Where customer underscore house dot a underscore nvo is equal to customer underscore vehicle dot a underscore nvo. I did not do anything. I did not write anything. What it is doing, it is only doing a merge join on the common variable, which is a underscore nvo, and it's just not on the common variable a underscore nvo. Other than a underscore nvo, I also have here as a common variable, isn't it? So when I just use a natural join, what it does is it will combine on both a underscore nvo and also year. So if I look at a underscore nvo, if I look at only a underscore nvo, I have two records matching, 110345 and 110278, isn't it? I have this and this matching with this in this data set also. So ideally I should be seeing two records. But why am I seeing only one record? This is because the another common variable is year. So it will also join on year. So here if I see for 110278, the year is 2007, and here 110278 year is 2006. The year is not matching. So it will not get that record, whereas 110345 account number is matching and also year is also matching. 2007 here, 2007 here. That's why it gets only this record. This record will be
this is like by variable it is two variables, right? By
two variables. Yeah. So, but still, I don't have control, isn't it? I don't even have to merge with year. I don't want to join with year because year is not a criteria at all. But still, what this natural join is doing, it is taking all the common variables available in the data sets. A underscore NO, A underscore NO, similar variables. Similar variables, similar data types. Year, year, similar variables. So it will join on the similar variables and it just gets only the common records. But so that's the reason I never use this natural join to tell you. I never use because we don't have any control. It is just doing on all the common variables. So that may not be my criteria. I just want to merge or join on only A underscore NO. So that I can control. So what I can do is, that's why we have this all the other types of joins which we discussed till now. Inner join, left join, right join, full join, cross join. So those are mostly used, not natural join, but still. Yeah. So this is how it behaves. Any questions? Okay. So last one, we are just left with some functions. Monotonic function. Okay. So what is monotonic function? Monotonic function in Proc SQL, it is like similar to.
Swapna, 1 second. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we are merging two data sets, and so we can join the more than two records also, two data sets also.
In the cross join, in the natural join, you can merge only two data sets at a time. I mean, any join. When you mention a type of join, you can combine only two data sets at a time. But if at all, if you see this, we also join three records. So if I don't mention any join criteria, I can do that. Do you see this one? We did this example, joining three tables. I don't, Proc SQL can't join more than two tables. That's not the scenario. But if I just write a where condition, I can do for sure. But if I mention a type of join, we generally do, it's limited only with two tables, because if it's an inner join, right join, left join, as per the syntax, it requires only two data sets. But in the Proc SQL, if I want to join with three tables where a particular variable is matching, so this also does the inner join, right? Common records I'll get. So if in this case, don't use a keyword inner join, left join, right join, or something like that. Just use a where condition. This also gives you the common records.
Yeah, I missed that one actually Friday. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is that. Yeah. Okay. So monotonic function, this is similar to underscore and underscore in data step. Can you tell me what is the use of underscore and underscore?
Number of observations, right?
Yeah, number of it's not the count basically. It will give the observation number in each.
Observation numbers in.
Exactly. So select the reports according to the observation number, right? So I can store this in a variable, okay? According to the observation number. Why I'm saying select? Because if I write data class set as help dot class, and if I say OBS is equal to underscore n underscore, okay. So what am I doing? Because underscore and underscore is automatic variable. I can't get this in class data set. So what I'm doing? I'm just storing that value to observe OBS variable. So what will happen if I run this one? I will just get another variable called OBS with 1, 2, 3, 4, all the record numbers till 19. Isn't it? Now, so once I get till 19, if I see class, I get OBS also now, isn't it? Now what I can do, since I got it, I can write if OBS in 1, 12, 16, 19, then output. What does it do? What does it do in this case with this condition?
Give only those four.
Exactly,
Observations.
those four observations in the data set, because I'm writing a condition that based on this condition get me only those records. So I want to get select the records according to observation number. Yes, I can do using underscore and underscore with a condition, obviously. But what is the key variable? The key variable I would want is underscore and underscore. In the similar way, if I want to select the records based on the observation number, in Proc SQL, I don't have underscore and underscore because underscore and underscore gets created in the data step, but not in the Proc SQL step. So for that, I have this function monotonic. Okay, so that is the reason we use this monotonic. Let me tell you how we can do that. Proc SQL create table JJ as select monotonic. So this is how I have to write. So this is the syntax, just monotonic with 2 parentheses, empty parentheses, no arguments. Monotonic as row number, comma, star from sashelp.class. Can you tell me what are the number of variables or what variables I'll see in dataset JJ?
Everything, right?
Yeah, but I just want to know, sashelp.class already has 5 variables, right? Apart from that, it will also
You'll
have
get that
a variable called
row number, like observation number.
Exactly. Okay. So now I will have in JJ, I will have another variable also, row number, apart from this 5 variables. Do you see this? Row number is getting created, and that's the first variable. Why did the order change? Because I did not run give quit. That's a problem. It's still running. Okay. I should always give quit. I don't know somehow I forget it. Okay. So what is it doing? It's putting the row number first, then star. Star is all the variables. So monotonic as row number, comma, star. Star means all the other variables as well, apart from row number. So this is how, if I want to create an observation number as in the data set, because by default in the data set or in the data set created through data step or data set created through Proc SQL step, it will not have the observation number. Now, if at all I want to create, we have to use this monotonic function. Now, the similar thing I can write, I want to use a where condition. I created this monotonic. Now, how do I use it? So I want to say where monotonic, again I use the same function, where monotonic less than 10. I know 19 records are there, but I don't want all the 19 records. I just want only first 10 records where monotonic less than 10. I can use that on the where condition also. Now I see only less than 10, right? So I see only till 9. No, I already created a variable row number. I can use that in the where statement. Yes, I can use. So what I can do is similar step. Here I will use where row number less than 10. Do you think this will also create? Let's say this is JJ1. Will it create now?
Swapna?
Yeah.
Didn't you mention that this doesn't count number of records in Proc SQL?
Sorry. Can you come again?
Like one of the sessions you were saying that Proc SQL doesn't count the number of observations, right?
Does not count the number of observations. We have the code.
Output window?
The output window, that's okay. But I want to store in a data set. Right. So here, what am I doing, Mira? I'm creating a data set, and in that data set, I want to create a row number also. So
Yeah.
monotonic function. So sorry, I think I did not get your question properly.
Sorry. No. In one of the discussions, we were counting the number of observations in, I think it was in log window. I'm sorry, I said output.
Yeah, it's the log window. In the log window.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
The number of.
Yeah, it doesn't write a note. So if I see this one, do you see this? So only when I create a table, it says table created. But if I just say select statement, it does not write the number of records. So the same thing, if I write like this one, okay, select monotonic as row number. So if I just write a select statement, now I will not get any note saying that this many records were created in the log. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Procedure SQL used. But when I create a table, it tells table JJ created with 9 rows and 6 columns.
Oh, when you create a table, but when you
Exactly. Here I'm just using select. So what does this do? This is similar to proc print only, right? It will just display the records in the output window. It is, but when I just say select without a create table, it doesn't show the number of records. But here it shows. But now the challenge is a different thing. I want to store the row number in a variable like underscore and underscore, right? So for that we use this monotonic. Understood?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I was just wondering how it got the numbers if it didn't display. So I got mixed up with so only with create table it gives number of observations, not with select.
Yeah, and also maybe I think I missed this one. So I did not tell you this, like, do you see this? It just says table JJ created with 9 rows, 6 columns. But is it giving any information about class input data set in the log? No, it doesn't write anything about class. So number of observations in the sense, maybe when I'm creating a table, at least it gives, but it doesn't give information how many are read, how many it's writing to the data set, all that information. But if it is with a data step, we'll have very clear information, right? So it says how many observations read from class, how many observations are written in class, everything. So this detailed information will not be present with Proc SQL.
Okay.
From the input, it doesn't say anything. At least in the output data set, it tells. When I create a table, it tells how many records. Okay. So now I created the row number, monotonic as row number, comma star, where I just said where row number less than 10. I'm not getting the data set JJ1 created. Am I seeing JJ1? No. When I go to log, do you see this? The following columns were not found in the contributing tables row number. Can you tell me why I have this? I created row number, right? So why does it say this one? We discussed this earlier.
New variable.
Exactly, new variable, I agree. But can't I use a new variable in a condition?
But then it's not a part of original SAS help.
Okay, but it is there. So this where statement, okay, so this where statement is applied. Yeah, that whatever you're saying is right. But since I created it here, I want to use it. So there is a way that I can use it. So that's what I want to tell you. I can use the new variable also in the calculations. So do you remember we used calculated keyword, right? Where calculated
calculated for all the mathematical operations.
Exactly, no, mathematical, and also it's a new variable, and I want to apply condition on the new variable. So it's not already, as Naina said correctly, it's not available in SAS.class, but I'm creating it here. So now at least it should work, but it's not working because I did not use calculated keyword. So when I use calculated keyword, then it works. It says JJ1 created with 9 rows. Okay. So whatever the variable you're creating, just that variable you want to use it, just use it with calculated keyword. Got it? So that's it. It is monotonic, not much of the discussion. So whenever I need a row number and I want to apply some condition based on the row numbers, I don't want to see all the observations. I want to see only few observations. Then I can also use this variable, or I can directly use the function also in the where condition. Okay, here I used the function directly, but here I used the variable that is created out of a function. Next, COALESCE function. Any questions here?
No.
Okay. So accepts one or, again this is a function, it accepts one or more numeric arguments and what does it do? It checks the value of, so I'm saying it accepts one or more function arguments. So it's something like this. COALESCE, I don't remember the name, COALESCE. I always misspell this. Okay, COALESCE of variable 1, comma variable 2, comma variable 3. So many variables. How many ever you want to write, you can write. But what is the use of this? This function will check the value of each argument. So whatever variables you pass, this is nothing but an argument. So any function, I used to tell in when we discuss the functions also, whatever you place inside the parenthesis is an argument for that function. So it will check the value of each argument in the order in which they are listed and returns first non-missing value. So that is the use of this COALESCE function. So it checks variable 1. If that is missing, it skips to variable 2. If that is also missing, it skips to variable 3. If this is not missing, it has some value, it returns that value. Okay. So it returns first non-missing value out of all the arguments which it will check one by one. If any one value is listed, then the COALESCE function returns the value of that. For example, I'm not writing multiple variables, I'm just writing like this, COALESCE of variable 1. So it will again return this value. Okay, we'll see that with examples. So this COALESCE function searches the numeric arguments, and we have one more function called COALESCE. It will check the COALESCE. This is for character arguments, numeric arguments for COALESCE, whereas for COALESCE it is character arguments. So what is the use of this? Can you correlate the non-missing values? We discuss some functions with a data step. So same thing if I want to do in proc step. So what is that I can use? I can use this COALESCE function. Can you correlate this with some function that we discussed in data steps?
Can you repeat, Swapna?
So as COALESCE function returns the first non-missing value, right? So why am I using this? This returns the first non-missing value. I have multiple variables, and out of these multiple variables, I just want to know what is the first non-missing value, so it will return that. Similarly, we have a function in the data steps also. We discussed a function to return the non-missing value.
Non-missing value?
Number of non-missing values. Yeah. Not what you say, not non-missing value, but it is number of non-missing value.
Oh, the number where it is missing, right?
What's the name of the function?
The space where
count, right? The count of non-missing value, right?
Count of non-missing values. What is the function?
nmiss.
Exactly. This is nmiss. It's something like nmiss, okay? But there nmiss gives the count of non-missing values, but here it just returns whatever was non-missing, it returns that value. It doesn't return the count, but it returns the first non-missing value. But it is little similar to nmiss, but I don't say exactly the same, because here it is count, but here it's not count, it returns that value. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I just asked you. Now let's see that with example. Just want to see this one, get result. So let's say data, patient visit is a data set I'm creating, and I have patient visit 1 underscore date, Visit 2 underscore date. Visit 3 underscore date. Similarly, 4 and 5. Let me copy this. Visit 4 and visit 5. Data lines 100. There is no value for this dot. Then visit to date is 8, 8 February 2014. This 3 is dot, and this is 15 April 2014. 21 May 2014. Similarly, I have for some more patients as well. Okay, it's 101, 102, 103. This is also missing. This is also missing. Only the last value I have here as 12 April 2014. Here, this is missing. This is there. This is missing. This is missing. Okay. For 104, let's say I have this as the first one. Then dot dot dot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 21 August 2014. So this is the dates. Okay. So I just have the patient. Okay. Now, do you think it works without any issue? If I run the data step, did I miss anything? That was it. Am I seeing this invalid data? Can you tell me why? Why am I seeing all the missing values for all the visit dates? I see all missings. It says invalid data. I know I missed something. Can you tell me what it is?
The dollar sign or the date value?
No.
The date format.
Exactly. I did not use an in format. First in format to read the value, right? Then format to write the value. Right, Nana? Why in format?
Yeah. In format,
Data is like this. It has to read this data. Yeah. Right. So what is this? What is the in format? Can you tell me now?
In format is how the data is present.
Yeah.
No.
No.
What is the name of the format that I have to use here?
This is date.
Yeah.
The last C9.
Date 9 dot.
Yeah,
Exactly.
9 dot. Yeah.
Right. Then maybe I can use a format also. Give a different format if you want. Okay. I can give anything. Yeah. So now I'll have this data set first. Pat visit. Pat visit created. Fine. And now I'll use this COALESCE function. How do I have to use this? Proc SQL. Quit. In between I write select star from this pat visit. Select star, comma, create table pat visit 2 as select star, comma. Now first all the variables. Then I use this COALESCE function. Now all these are numeric variables. So the arguments are also numeric variables. So I have to go with COALESCE function. I will give for each of the variables visit1 underscore date, comma, visit2 underscore date. So for all these variables, I want to return the first non-missing value. So separated by commas, I have to place all the arguments. Visit 2 underscore date, visit 3 underscore date, comma, visit 4 underscore date, comma, visit 5 underscore date as first visit underscore date. Okay, I'm creating a variable called first visit date from what is the data set? That visit is the data set. Okay, so what did I write? I'm selecting all the variables from that visit. Apart from that, I'm using a COALESCE function on all these variables, visit 1 to visit 5. Why? I want to return the first non-missing value. If I see here, the first date is a missing value, but the second date is only the non-missing value. So out of all these visits, so the first visit of the patient is this one, isn't it? Then, if I look at 101, all the others were missing because the patient has not come for all these visits. The patient has come for only this visit. So this is the first visit. This becomes the first visit. So this I'm writing to first visit date. So using this COALESCE function, I'll return the first non-missing value and path visit 2. Okay, let me format. How do I give format in a Proc SQL? Can I give a format statement? I want to format this variable for first visit date. How can I do that? Format is equal to, after the variable name, just write format is equal to mmdd by 10 dot. I can't write a format statement, but I can write a format keyword after the variable name. So if I look at part visit 2, okay, the first non-missing value it is putting for first visit date. So first record 2/8/2014, second record it's 4/12/2014, third record 4/15/2014, but other values are all missing. I'm not interested to look at other values. So whatever is the first non-missing value, I want to take that as the first visit date for the patient. So using the COALESCE function, I do that. Okay. Any questions?
No.
Same thing. So I don't want to write again. So if all these variables were character variables, okay. So if these were character variables instead of numeric variables, I use this COALESCE function. Everything is similar. So we just write COALESCE, and if these variables were all character, I don't use an format and format in that case. I can't use also. If at all with the character instead of dot, I'll have missings. Okay. So even that also does the same thing. So can you just try this for COALESCE function? Just input these variables as a character variables and try the same thing. Okay. It's all the same. Nothing different. Okay. Any questions still here?
So what do you want us to do? Make this as a character variable all the
Yeah.
way?
So what is this COALESCE function? So COALESCE functions for what?
Character, yeah.
Character, right? So this works for character arguments. Okay. Same. Everything is same. That also returns the first non-missing value, but that is a character
So
value. So these variables should
you're-
have been, yeah. Sorry. Yes, I know.
No, so when we are writing the Proc SQL code, there you have to write that create table pat visit as select star COALESCE.
Yeah, exactly. But for that, when I use COALESCE, these arguments cannot be numeric arguments. These should be character. In the sense, in the input data set, first I should have created them as character variables, not as numeric. Okay.
So we have to use the input function.
Input, no. What I want is make them character like this. Visit 1 underscore date dollar, visit 2 underscore date dollar, all this. But I can't use format because they are not characters.
Okay.
They are not numeric variables, right? So this works only for numeric variables. I can't use them, but I first have to make them all character and just use a COALESCE function like this. So it returns the first non-missing value even there. Understood? So it's something like that. Let me first create the data set. You can just write on this. So pat visit n, this is the data set I'm creating. Now the variables are not numeric, they are character. So I say dollar here, everywhere it is dollar. Okay. Now all the values are dollars. It is just like a text value. Now it doesn't understand this is a date value because it's a character variable. So having created this, so pat visit m, do you see? Yeah, it's truncating now also, right? Because it's a character variable. It's exceeding 8 characters. So just give a length statement, length, all the variables. And just give $10 dot. Just give the length and then do the same thing. Now all the variables are character variables, they are not numeric variables. On this, instead of coalesce, just use coalescing. That's it. Okay. Do you see? Now missing values are represented with a blank, but not with a dot, because these are character variables now. Fine.
And then the 100 what you've got, right? The value for
patient ID, the first one, patient.
Yeah.
That's just a new variable. I mean, why I got all the visit ones first? Because I used a length statement.
Okay.
Okay. Then after all those, I'm getting patient. Nothing but the patient, which I declared first in the input statement. Okay. Okay, you can just revert. It's very simple. Just use a coalesce instead of coalesce. That's it. Okay. Any questions?
No.
Good.
It will still give the same dates, right? The same result.
Yeah. He'll do the same result. Only that it is used on the character variables, but coalesce is used on numeric variables. That's it. So any questions with Proc SQL? So what did we learn? We learned that this is Proc SQL can create a table, isn't it? So if it is a data step, so I just have some text here. Let me copy paste the text. You can just refer it whenever you need. Similarities and differences. So many things. I got some from net also. So all these are the things that I got for Proc SQL and data step. Okay. So just have it as a comment. Before we close the Proc SQL, it's good to discuss the differences. Data step versus Proc SQL. So in SAS we have data sets. In SQL, in the sense when I use a Proc SQL, I use table. Okay. In SAS, what is the terminology? I use data set, but in SQL. So till now, if you see in the log, you are seeing whenever I use data step, it says data set at visit 10 has 5 observations and 6 variables. But whenever I use a Proc SQL, did you see this? It says table. It doesn't say data set. It says table. Table pat visit 2 created with 5 rows and 7 columns. And also, it shows rows and columns convention, not variables and observations. Not observations and variables, right? So just the terminology will differ. Only thing is, because it's a Proc SQL, here it is data set is called a table, row observation is called a row, and variable is called column. That's it. Okay. So I just wrote the same thing. Data set, it's called table, observation rows, variable columns. So in SAS data steps, we used, let's say SAS data step. And this is SQL. Okay. In SAS data step, we use merge to join two tables. Here I use join. And here, SAS data step, what we do, we can extract the data whatever we need using some conditions that is actually called extract, and here it is called query. It's okay, you can take this out. This does not make much sense. Query. So whatever we have written is actually called a SQL query. What is this? Creates create query. This is called create query. If I just write select, it is called select query. That's it. Okay, just the terminology. And SAS implemented version of SQL so as to be able to access relational database. What is relational database? So whenever I want to extract the data from a SQL database or something, I go with Proc SQL. Okay, so I have the format also for that. Just okay, I'll just tell you at the last. Okay, I'll get it. And so if I just want to compare both functions, non-SQL, Proc SQL. So statement or option, we call as a statement or an option in base as, but here we call statement or clause. So I say where clause here. I don't say where statement in Proc SQL. But I was telling it as where statement because you're familiar already with where statement. If I say where clause suddenly, that actually will be a lot of confusion. But again, it is also called as clause in the Proc SQL, whereas there we call it as statement. Okay. So creating a table, I use a data step, right? Data step, data set. But whereas this one, I write a create table, right? Create table, table name from table name, right? So input from raw data. So what is that? If I want to read data from the raw data, I use an input statement, isn't it? But here, what is this? Why is this input used for? Whenever I have a data lens, I use input statement. But here, as I said, we don't have an input statement. We don't have a data lens here. So I can't use any. These have seen insert statements, right? Insert into table values. We wrote that statements a lot of times. Why? When I'm creating a fresh table which is not existing and I want to add rows to that table, I used insert statement, whereas in data step, I have input statement. Any questions? So if I want to add columns in the sense I want to create a new column which is not already there, what do I say? In data step, I use an assignment statement, but whereas in Proc SQL, I use select as, isn't it? So select star, comma, sex as gender. So what is it doing? It's creating a new variable called gender out of sex. New variable. So I have to use as in the select statement for creation of new variable. But whereas in the data step, I just use an assignment statement. I just say sex is equal to gender. That creates a new variable. So that is nothing but add columns. Isn't it? For dropping columns, I have drop keep, right? So I can drop, but whereas here, I can do that with select. So the select should come here. With select only, I can control, right? With select, I can control what variables I want to drop or what I want to keep, isn't it? I don't need a drop and keep especially, but I can control that with a select statement only. But just in case I'm selecting everything, then I don't want some variables, then you can use a drop or keep in the data set option. Now, add rows. If I want to add rows, you remember the output statement in data steps? So output statement is used to add rows. We discussed the very first time we discussed the output method of adding data. Remember? So that is actually called adding. Why did we do that? To add rows into the data set. If I want to add rows in SQL, I use insert into values statement. If I want to delete, I can write a where condition or if then delete. I can do that with where condition where sex is equal to F. So it is getting only those records where sex equal to F and it is deleting where sex equal to male. Right? I can do that with where in data step or with if then. I can say if sex is equal to M, then delete. It means it will delete those records where sex is male. But here, delete from is used. Sorry, I think this was not discussed. So how to use delete from is Proc SQL. Okay. To delete rows from the input table, input data set or table, whatever. So proc SQL quit select star from we have something called delete from SAS help.class where where sex is equal to m. Okay. So let's say data class set SAS help.class. It's saying I can't delete from SAS help.class. I don't have authorization because that's a SAS help data set, right? User does not have appropriate authorization level for help for file SAS help.class data set. So I can't do that. I will say instead of SAS help.class, I will say class. Do you see this? 10 rows were deleted from work.class. As we have an insert statement, delete, create table statement, select statement, we also have a delete statement. So delete from table name where sex equal to m. So what it does, I first created class similar to sassel.class. So it had both the female and male records. But later I wrote proc SQL delete from class where sex equal to m. So in class I should see only sex female but not m because I deleted those records. So if I want to delete some records already from the existing data set based on a condition, I can use a delete from statement. So this is how we do. Mostly in real time, we don't use this much because we generally don't delete any rows from any data set. If at all you want to do that, you actually create a new data set and put a condition on that. But from the existing data set, because there will be multiple people using the same data set. If I'm deleting just because I don't use it, I don't need it, that is actually it's actually not allowed because many other people, many other team members will also be accessing the same data set. So if I'm deleting using this query, then it totally deletes those records, which actually is not good. Okay, so mostly we don't use this, but just in case I want to delete from my own data set, which is used only by me, you can write this. Okay. Next, sorting, proc sort, order by, right? So order by statement is used in proc SQL, whereas in data step we have a proc sort. Rename, renaming, we have a rename statement, rename data set option, whereas here it is as. So when I use an as keyword, it will rename the variable. Now, to displaying the resultant table, I have property in data step, whereas in SQL, if I just write select star from table name, it displays all the table in the output window. So Proc SQL provides the combined functionality of the data step and several base SAS procedures. Less complex and lengthy, but not as legible. Code can be written in Proc SQL. Proc SQL code is more portable. Processing does not require explicit code to pre-sort tables, right? So this is the thing that they are telling called sorting. So the proc SQL only does the sorting whenever I'm joining. It doesn't. I don't have to explicitly sort the tables and join. The proc SQL only does that. This does not require common variables to join. Yes, we discussed this. So I don't need the same variable name for the variables on which I have to join the data sets. I can have different variable names. So proc SQL statement prints the resultant query. Use the no print option. Okay. So if I just say proc SQL select statement, it prints the table, right? So if I say no print, then it doesn't print. But what is the use? So what it is telling is, if I write like this, proc SQL select star from SAS help.class, or let's say class. What does it do? Can you tell me what it does?
All the variables from class?
It just prints, isn't it?
No, it just prints, yeah. It will not create
Just
a table.
prints. But if I say no print, it doesn't do that. That's what they're telling. Then what is the use? I want to print, that's why I'm using select star. If I say no print, it will not print. Okay? It doesn't print. It runs the query, but it doesn't print because I'm using this no print. So that is what they're saying. It doesn't really make sense.
What's the use?
What's the use exactly? Right? There is a no print option to suppress this feature. Okay. Efficiencies within specific RTBMS are available with pass through. Okay. This is you can leave this. Non-SQL based SAS data step set operators can handle more data sets at a time than Proc SQL. Yeah. So now compared to SQL and base SAS, which is like compared to get SQL, what is the data step doing? So data step set operators say what is set not operators set statements. So what does set statement do? I can handle multiple data sets, isn't it? I can set multiple data sets. But whereas, as I said, if I use an outer join or anything, if I just want to add the data sets or combine the data sets, it's limited only to 2 tables at a time, right? But with the set statements, I can do or set multiple data sets. Non-SQL techniques can open files for read and write at the same time. And I don't know what they're telling here. Customized data step report writing techniques are more versatile than using Proc SQL select classes. Okay, when I don't want to create a data set, we have a concept called data underscore null underscore. So that we'll be discussing when we're doing the macros. So that is
Did asking the same thing yesterday about the null?
No, not that one. So that is what null Dipti asked is different. So this is like this, very simple. So if I just write like this, Naina, what happens is it will set this data set as input, but it doesn't create any data set here. It doesn't take any space to create this data set. What happens is, why we do this, then what is the need of writing this data step? You may ask this. So there is something called put statement. Put variable, put name. Okay. So what put statement does is basically puts the variable values in the log. So here my main target is not to create a data set. So I am writing underscore null underscore, but I want to see the name variable values in the data set. So if I say put name, see how it does. First go to the what? Okay, so I should have written this after this. Okay, this is what they're saying. This I don't have, this facility is not there in Proc SQL. Do you see this? What's happening? When I say put name, it just puts the values of the variable name in the log one after another for all the 19 records. But it doesn't create any data set. It's saying it is read 19 observations from SAS.class, but is it telling anything about the data set that is getting created?
It will just show up in the log?
It just shows up in the log, exactly. So just to see the values of the variables in the log, we basically write this data underscore null underscore when our main target is not to create the data set, but just want to see the values of the variables in the log. That's it. Just for our testing purpose, we go with underscore null underscore. Okay, that is what that is. So we have this function, this facility in data statement, but not in proxy. Okay. And so little more complicated things. Anyways, even I never use them, so I don't want to confuse you much. But what I feel is, so this is more important. Whenever you want to compare data step and SQL, all these statements are very, very useful. So what is that we have in data step? What is that we have in SQL? So here rename, here as, here it's property, here it's select. So like that, you can just see this whenever you need it. Okay. So one last thing, just to know.
That was really helpful. You just summarized everything.
Yeah, so we need it because we'll have a question why when data step is doing everything, why I have to go with Proc SQL. So mostly we go for Proc SQL because of the efficiency techniques that it has. And also the similar thing do I have in the data step and Proc step? Yes, you can just look at these ones. Yeah, so there is one thing, I know we don't have this facility, I can't show that, but we have this Proc SQL Connect. Let me tell you. So something like this. So Proc SQL pass-through facility. This is called Proc SQL for pass-through facility. Okay, requires. So for example, why do we have to do this is when I want to connect to external database. Okay, just sometime I'll just try this and leave and you can close it. Just when I want to connect to external database and get the data. Okay, I don't have this external database facility because I don't have any database installed on my system. So if I want to connect to a SQL database and retrieve the data, this is how I write Proc SQL with as usual whatever we used to write, and next we write connect to, if the server is SQL server, connect to SQL, and we write user is equal to password is equal to and create table. So everything else will remain same. So this is called Proc SQL pass-through facility in the sense I'm trying to connect to the SQL database or Oracle. I can write Oracle also here, any database, whatever database. Basically, when I'm accessing a different database data, I need the user ID and password to connect to the database first. So connect to a particular database, then create table name, okay, as select star from connection to whatever you have used, maybe Oracle. So I write Oracle. Okay, so this is how I write. So same thing, whichever we used to do, create table statement. But additionally, I want to get the data from an external database, maybe Oracle database or a SQL database. First, I have to connect to the database. So for that, connect to give the database name. Here I gave Oracle, you can give any database name. What is the user ID password? So this will be provided to us in the organization, okay? So not everyone will have access. So whoever has access to the database, they provide their user ID and password. And we connect to the database first because we have to get the data from that database and create table. Everything is same then. Create table name as select star from, but this is not the table. I don't have the data directly from the data set. I have it in the Oracle from connection to Oracle. This is what I have to write. So if at all I want to retrieve the data from the external databases, this Proc SQL step we write. Only additional thing is this connect to, and also from, you can't write the table name, you just have to write whatever connection you are connecting to. Okay, and this will be used as the very first step. Okay, from there whatever operations, because I don't have data in the SAS system, I don't have it as a SAS data set, I want to connect to external database and get the data. So we write the Proc SQL step like this. Okay, any questions? This is called Proc SQL pass-through facility. Are you all there? Retrieve the data. Okay. So yes, so with this, we are done with Proc SQL. So many days I think we were discussing this. That's fine. We are done with Proc SQL. We'll start macros fresh from tomorrow. Starts with macros tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.